and welcome to the Naventus LifeScience Summit, hosted by Naventus, Zettervalls Deloitte, FNDC, Nordnet, and Nasdaq. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I will be hosting this event today. I have written a lot as a journalist about health and life science, so this is a really, really exciting day for me too. And for you, it's an extraordinary offer to take part of presentations from leading experts in the industry, and also to listen to a panel discussion with experts talking about this exciting sector of society. During the pandemic, the life science sector has sort of been put to a halt in regards of innovation and also in regards of funding, of course, to the development of new innovations. And this is, of course, due to the strong focus on the pandemic and on the COVID vaccine. But this seems to have been put to a halt. The industry, the life science sector, is bouncing back. And one could say that we really see sort of a pandemic effect, that the pandemic has acted as a catalyst. So what we see now is a very strong recovery. The life science sector is, the Swedish life science sector is very strong on the international market. And from Swedish export perspective, it is actually the second largest export industry in Sweden. So having said this, a warm welcome to all of you here in the audience in Grand Hotel, and all of you watching from behind of your computers. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the first speaker. We have many speakers today, so stay sharp and focused, please. The first speaker is Karin Fischer. She is CEO of RLS Global, which is a Swedish med tech company based in Gothenburg. It was founded in 1996, and they have this unique and very specific buffered hypochlorite-based technology platform. And you might wonder, what is this? Well, you'll soon know much more about this. And they focus on developing products that are very gentle to minimize invasive treatment. So now, a warm welcome to Karin Fischer.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Karin Fischer, and I'm the CEO of RLS Global. I have spent more than 20 years within the medical device sector, and my main career has been with Johnson & Johnson in many different clinical fields. I have also had the pleasure to spend years with Getinge and Xspray Pharma, and for the last 3 years I've been running RLS with a very experienced team back in Gothenburg. As was mentioned in the introduction, RLS Global is an innovative medical device company, and we are based in Gothenburg. Our company focuses on developing products utilizing our unique platform. Our patent platform is a buffered hypochlorite technology. Today, our core business is hard-to-heal wound, patients suffering of diabetic foot ulcers, pressure ulcers, or venous leg ulcers. And today's presentation will focus on Klaria, which is our first product within this field. But I will also give you some insights about the global partnership we signed this summer with Convatec, one of the world-leading companies within advanced wound care. We also have an exciting pipeline in place to further develop new technologies within other fields, such as burns, atopic dermatitis, and our products can also be used in the animal health sector. Oh, sorry, I forgot to move on the slides. Okay, here we go. The last 5 years, we have been very focused to build a strong foundation of the company. We have a very experienced team on board, and everybody has medical device or pharma background. We've been very focused on building a strong data portfolio with preclinical and clinical publications. Klaria is CE approved as a class 3 device in Europe, And we have also got a regulatory approval in New Zealand, and we have made our first footprint in the Middle East in Kuwait. And as we speak, we have a tight dialogue with FDA in regards of the US regulatory pathway. Our business model is to build a global partnership. And as I mentioned before, we signed a partnership with Convatec this summer. And this is a major milestone for this company. It really gives us the ability to drive our footprint in Europe for the time being, but as a next step, the US and then the rest of the world. When I make my presentations, I always ask the audience if they have met anybody who's suffering of a hard-to-heal wound. And most of the time, the answer is no. This is a patient group that we do not talk a lot about. Patients suffering of diabetic foot ulcers or venous leg ulcers have a very limited quality of life. And this is due to the complexity of the disease. These patients, they will see a nurse once or twice every week for dressing changes. These wounds are related to odor, leakage, and many times heavy pain. Most of these wounds, they will last for years, and as you can tell, it's very hard to keep up with work or a healthy social life. If you're going to support an efficient healing process for these kind of wounds, you need to achieve two things. Number one, you must remove the devitalized tissue, the dead tissue. And number two, you must get control of the bacteria. And based on these facts, Chlorasol was developed. With our mechanism of action, Chlorasol softens the devitalized tissue, the necrotic tissue, so the nurse easily can remove it from the wound, and it has a very strong antimicrobial effect on bacteria and fungus. Number of these patients are treated at the hospital at specialized clinics. However, most of these patients, they are treated within the primary care or in the home care sector. So during the product development process, it was important for RLS to develop a treatment that is fast and has a very short learning curve. Chlorasol is very easy to use, doesn't require a lot of training. It has a short application time, 2 to 5 minutes times 2, and it's very gentle. It doesn't harm any healthy tissue. Together with Convatec, we are very focused on the go-to-market strategy for Europe. Annually in Europe, close to 6 million wounds are treated. Conservative numbers, but I would say approximately 50 to 60% of those wounds are in need of a debridement, where you need to remove the devitalized tissue and get control of the bacteria. So I would say, in average, about 3 million wounds are a market potential for Chlorasol in Europe. With our experience, in average, about 6 to 10 applications are needed to achieve a clean wound. And each treatment is approximately $10+ US. On the right-hand side of the slide, you see the number for US. So as you can tell, hard-to-heal wound is a US billion global market opportunity. The estimated value for the debridement market is $1 billion US, and these numbers are based on products sold. Standard of care within this field is sharp debridement. Sharp debridement is when the nurse uses a sharp instrument to remove the devitalized tissue, such as a scissor, a scalpel, or something similar. This treatment will last for about 45 to 60 minutes per patient. It is most of the time connected to quite a lot of pain. And these certified nurses who can conduct this procedure are mainly at the hospital. Within the primary care sector and in the home care sector, sharp debridement barely doesn't exist. So based on this, there is a very strong market driver and an ongoing shift from sharp debridement to a more gentle method, and Chlorasol fits very well into this segment. Chlorasol is based on our unique technical platform consisting of a two-component system. Component number one is a gel containing a cocktail with amino acids, and the solution two is a solution containing sodium hypochlorite. These components are mixed in situ on the wound. It acts for 2 to 5 minutes, and then the nurse can start to remove the devitalized tissue. The procedure is conducted twice to get the best antimicrobial effect. One of our main competitor products in Europe is Prontosan. Prontosan is also a gel that you apply to the wound. We have made some in vivo study comparing the efficacy between Prontosan and Chlorasol. It's a model based on the two most common bacteria, Staphylococcus aureus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and the model lasts for 15 minutes. And the reason for 15 minutes is that Prontosan must be on the gel for 15 minutes before the nurse can start to remove the vitalized tissue. As you can tell, after 2 minutes in the Chlorasol arm, there's basically no bacteria left. In the Prontosan arm, after 50 minutes, there are still bacteria left in the wound. And remember what I said earlier in my presentation. If you want to support an efficient wound healing, there are two things that you must achieve. Number one, remove the vitalized tissue, and number two, get control of the bacteria. Chlorasol is well documented. Our latest clinical study was published in June this year in Journal of Wound Care. And we are actually very proud that Journal of Wound Care accepted our study, our data, as this is one of the most recognized scientific papers within our clinical field. So, RLS business model, which has been communicated for some years, is to establish regional/global partnership for current and future products. RLS is a research and product development driven company, and we do not have the infrastructure in place for global commercialization footprint. Last year, we initiated a dialogue with several of the global players within advanced wound care, and it came to our notice that Convatec would actually be a great fit for RLS and our Chlorasol. And the reason is that Convatec has a very well-established hygiene concept in place based on Aquacel. Aquacel is a dressing, one of the biggest brands within the dressing field. There was a gap in the portfolio when it comes to debridement, and Convatec was out seeking for an efficient technology to fit into their hygiene concept. And it was declared by Convatec at the early stage that they have ambition to make investment when it comes to the go-to-market and reimbursement strategy. The annual turnover for Convatec is approximately $2 billion, and the advanced wound care portfolio represents about 30% of the total sales. Of course, Convatec did a quite heavy due diligence on RLS as well, and they developed their own data based on our Chlorasol, and it was understood that Chlorasol and Aquacel can provide a strong, solution-driven approach to our customers. We have signed a 10-year exclusivity agreement for Europe. When Chlorasol is approved for America, Convatec will also take the lead for that market. Chlorasol, which is important, will be integrated in the hygiene concept, and it will be carried out by the entire sales force. It's not a small group of sales representatives who will carry out our product. It's part of the total solution as of now for Convatec. I believe Chlorasol is integrated into one of the strongest portfolio within advanced wound care today. Today, we have together a vision that Chlorasol and Aquacel will be a standard treatment for patients suffering of hard-to-heal wounds. At signing, we received $1.5 million, and And we have another $2.5 million connected to identified or different milestones for the US market. ConvaTec buy Chlorasol to a fixed price, and in average we will receive about 50% royalty on net sales. I believe that we have signed a true partnership with ConvaTec with the clear roles and responsibilities. As of end of the year, ConvaTec will take the lead for the Nordic market and the Netherlands, markets where we will by then have reimbursement in place. In parallel, they will initiate sales activities in Germany, France, and UK, the 3 main markets in Europe, representative about 35% of the market potential in Europe. And they are now investing money on reimbursement study to secure a long-term sustainable reimbursement for Chlorasol. I want to end my presentation by sharing some quotes from our customers. It is determined that Chlorasol is very easy to use and clean the wound efficient, and it's saved. We have a lot of data showing that Chlorasol does not harm the healthy tissue, which is key for supporting the wound healing. Chlorasol makes the debridement procedure faster, and it's very efficient on bacteria and fungus. And it is used in all patient channels, at the hospital, in the primary care sector, and in the home care sector. 50 minutes goes fast. If you want to learn more about RLS and our future, you're more than welcome to reach out to me, and we can schedule individual meetings. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Karin. I've read about you, obviously, to prepare, and I know that you have recently gotten approval in New Zealand to use this technique, Chlorasol. How about other markets? What will you be approaching next?
So, as I mentioned in my presentation, US is the big market, and we have a tight dialogue with FDA right now in regards on the future regulatory pathway. Some might think this is taking a little bit of time, but it's very important when you set the plan for a regulatory approval that you make this in a very thorough way to secure that the outcome is what you're expecting when the product is approved.
And of course, the FDA is key.
It's key. That's the big market, for sure.
Absolutely.
Even though you can tell that there's a huge potential even in Europe.
In terms of other, I mean, this is a huge product that they're developing. Do you have any other things coming after this?
Yeah. So there are a huge potential to develop new products based on our platform. As I mentioned before, burns is one area we're looking into, as well as atopic dermatitis. When it comes to burns, we did a pre-study with Linköping's University this spring, and now we are looking into how to design the very first clinical study within the burn segment.
Well, thank you very much. Sepsis is one of the largest, most killing conditions in the world. It kills more people than the most common cancers. And we know that if wounds go untreated, there is a big risk that sepsis occurs.
Yeah, and of course, amputation. That's probably the first step before you reach sepsis, you know. So for sure, as I mentioned, it's very important in an early stage get control of the bacteria, also the fungus when it comes to hard to heal wound, which is very common. Otherwise, it's difficult to get controlled and support an efficient healing process.
Well, thank you for your important work and for your presentation.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Karin.
Yep.
Alzheimer's. Terrible disease that could put a halt to a person's life quality in the early years of our aging. The next speaker represents a company called AlzeCure Pharma. His name is Martin Jönsson. You're already up here, Martin. Great to see you. And let's now listen to how they work with Alzheimer's. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. Martin Johnson, and I'm the CEO of AlzeCure Pharma. I'm here to introduce AlzeCure to you, talk about what we are doing, the projects we are driving, the science we are building those on, and our goals and progress in 2021. As a company, we are working within the fields of Alzheimer's disease and pain, areas of huge unmet medical needs. We were founded as a commercial company in 2016 out of a research foundation which was funded by the Swedish Alzheimer Fund. And we are a very experienced team within drug discovery, development and commercialization. We are based here in Stockholm at Karolinska Institute. And the projects we are driving, we are doing on 3 different platforms. NeuroRestore, which is a novel, first-in-class treatment for cognitive disorders, such as Alzheimer's disease. We have Alzstatin, which is a preventive treatment to treat individuals so they don't develop Alzheimer, or if they do, that the Alzheimer progression is slowed down. And then we have a platform called Painless, where we have a couple of pain projects. As a company, we are listed here in Stockholm at Nasdaq, First North Premier Growth Market, since 2018. We have a market cap of around 300 million and a cash position of 78, as reported recently. Our business model is that we are a research and development company. Our goal is to drive our project into early clinical phase and then to out-license or partner. And through this, finance up our other projects through upfront payments, milestone payments, and then later on royalties. We have a pipeline that we are very proud of, and all our projects are small molecules. We have 6 projects that we are driving, 3 in NeuroRestore, where we are focusing on cognitive disorder, Alzheimer's disease, 2 in Alzstatin, preventing Alzheimer's disease, and 2 in our Painless platform. We have 2 projects that are in clinical phase. In NeuroRestore, cognitive disorder, we have ACD856 focusing on Alzheimer's, which now are in phase 1. And then this spring, we also ended our 1B study in our Painless platform, ACD440 against a neuropathic pain. And we had a positive readout on tolerability and safety and early efficacy signals. And now we are preparing this project to go into a phase 2 study. Our primary focus area is Alzheimer's disease, and we know it's a devastating disease. It costs society more than oncology and cardiovascular diseases together. And the patient population here in Alzheimer's disease and dementia is expected to triple in the coming 30 years. So why is this? The reason is that we have an aging population and people are living longer and longer. And the longer you live, the higher is the probability that you develop Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's is not only something, as we know, only is devastating for the patient, also the spouses and the family. So on every patient, we can say that there is at least 1 to 2 more persons who are really affected seriously. If we look at Alzheimer's disease, we know it's a progressive and it's a lethal disease. We can divide up Alzheimer's in 2 parts. We have pre-symptomatic and we have symptomatic Alzheimer's. In pre-symptomatic Alzheimer's, we don't have any symptoms, but the disease is building up. And this due to, as we think, toxic proteins called amyloid beta. And these are building up in the brain and harming brain structure, neurons, synapses, etc. And today there are no treatments which are treating so we don't develop Alzheimer's disease. And then we have symptomatic Alzheimer's disease. And symptomatic Alzheimer's disease is when we have symptoms. And we can feel the symptoms like problems with language, problems with memory, problems with learning, and over time also on body functions. And today there are some treatments, but these treatments aren't very effective and has a lot of side effects. So we can truly say there's a huge unmet medical need. This summer there was an antibody for Alzheimer's disease which was approved. If only 5% of the US patients gets this treatment, the sales as forecasted in Nature a couple of weeks after the approval said that if only 5% of the patients are treated with Aduhelm, as the drug is called, that would be a sales of $17 billion US. 17. And it would make the product the second biggest product in the US. And this is only in the US. And then we know that the patient population is tripling over time. So if we look at Alzheimer's disease, this is what you can see is a healthy brain. And this is what a brain looks like when you have mild Alzheimer's. And that's the indication for the antibodies. We don't want to get to the stage of mild Alzheimer's. We need to prevent it much earlier because, as you see, the brain is broken down. And this is something that we truly are working on at AlzeCure. We want to preserve a healthy brain, but we also want to help patients who have developed Alzheimer's. So how are we attacking this? We are attacking it with our disease-modifying therapy called alstatin, which is focusing on the toxic amyloid proteins. And here we are developing an oral treatment. And then we have NeuroRestore, which is a symptomatic treatment for the patient who have developed Alzheimer's, but also other cognitive disorders. And here we are improving neural function with learning capabilities, memory capabilities, etc. So let's learn more about NeuroRestore, and I will show you a short video.
The electrical impulses transmitted along the projections of nerve cells result in the release of particular messenger molecules, so-called neurotransmitters. These molecules transmit signals from one nerve cell to the next at specific contact points, or synapses. The dysfunction and loss of synapses in Alzheimer's disease correlates strongly with the clinical symptoms seen in the affected individuals. AlzeCure's project, NeuroRestore, improves nerve cell function and enhances their ability to communicate with each other, including improving synapse function.
NeuroRestore. And as was mentioned in the film, what we are doing is that we are enhancing the effect of neurotransmitters called BDNF and NGNF. And why are these important? These are important for the health of the signaling in the brain with regard to brain cell survival, plasticity, etc. And this really matters because this is so central for cognition, learning, and memory capabilities. So how are we doing this? We enhance the signaling of BDNF and NGNF. And the thing is, we are focusing on Alzheimer's disease, but we know there are so many other diseases and conditions where this effect also can apply, such in Parkinson's disease, in traumatic brain injury, and sleep disorders. So this is really a treatment which can, or a project which can potentially be used in several disease areas. And we have already, in preclinical model, shown that we can reverse the memory and learning capabilities. And then we have our project, our Alzheimer's disease modifier, where we are working on to try to prevent the development of Alzheimer's disease, or at least delaying it. So how are we doing this? We are focusing on A-beta-42, which is the protein which is thought to be the main cause of the toxic fragments and plaque building up in the brain. And we are doing, and A-beta-42 is really coagulating and building up these toxic fragments. And how are we doing this? We are doing it by going in and having a modulator on the enzyme which is cutting the protein. And we are modifying, so instead of producing the lethal, the toxic A-beta-42, we are instead modulating it and producing other proteins. And some of these proteins are actually thought to work against the coagulation. And here you see the amyloid cascade, which is the process building up these toxic fragments and plaques. And the antibodies are focusing on oligomers, protofibrils, and plaque. What we are doing instead is that we are focusing on the source of the problem, A-beta-42, to see to it that these fragments aren't building up, or at least not building up to the same extent as happens when you are in the disease mode. Our second focus area is within chronic pain. And chronic pain, there is also such an unmet medical need. Chronic pain leads to actually more suicide than depression. Chronic pain is the most common cause of sick leaves, and chronic pain has also led to the opioid crisis in the US, as we know, which is reversing the mean age of Americans. So we can really say that here is a huge unmet medical need. We need more efficacious and safer treatments. And here we have 2 projects in our painless platform. We have a project ACD440 against neuropathic pain. And here we have about 30 million patients, and about 70% of these patients aren't experiencing adequate pain relief. And then we have project TrackA-NAM, which is in research phase. And here we are focusing on osteoarthritis and other severe pain conditions. And only on osteoarthritis, there are more than 300 million patients. And the patient population is growing because of the aging population and overweight problems. And our project ACD440, which we have in clinical phase, where we had as I mentioned before, a positive readout. We are now having confirmed the mode of action. We have strong scientific belief, and we are now preparing to start a phase 2 study and are going to the US to meet with the FDA with regard to the treatment protocol. So, when it comes to neuropathic pain, it is a huge market. Patients aren't well served, and already today there are about there's a sales of around $11 billion US, and the sales is expected to grow to 25 in 2027. So, huge unmet medical need. Looking at the milestones that we set out in the beginning of this year, we said that we were going to have a readout of our clinical study, painless ACD440 for neuropathic pain, and this was achieved ahead of time. We also said that we should have a readout of our clinical study, SAD, for NeuroRestore ACD856, focusing on Alzheimer's disease. Also, this was achieved. And now we are about also set up the goal to start our next clinical study on ACD856, the so-called MAD study. And here we are now recruiting patients and lining up to start very, very soon. We have the approval from the authorities and everything, so we are about to start. We also had the goal to select a CD for our pain project, TrackA-NAM, and also to file for a 2A study. And we are well positioned for this. So why is then AlzeCure an interesting company to invest in? I would say that we are really targeting areas of huge unmet medical need. We are doing this with a strong team who has extensive experience within the business and a track record. We have platforms with first-in-class properties. We have parallel investments, as you saw from our pipeline slide, with follow-up programs. We also are targeting areas with multi-billion market opportunities. And also, as a company, we are now evolving into phase 2, showing that we can develop, identify targets, we can develop molecules, and we can take them through preclinical and into development. This we have now been showing. So this is why we think that AlzeCure is a very interesting company. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you.
Speaking of competition,
Yeah.
Biogen,
Yeah.
they recently launched and secured an approval for their what is called Aduhelm
Yes.
medical drug. So how does this affect your position?
It affects us immensely. It's so positive for us because...
It is positive.
It's very positive, and the reason is that FDA has now defined the regulatory pathway. What is demanded to get an approval? This they have done. So this has really stimulated so many other pharma companies really to invest in the area. But what it also is doing is that these companies are now building up their portfolios of projects. So they are now scouting for additional projects that they can put in. And here, AlzeCure is very well positioned with our Alzheimer's project.
Thank you. What is the next step for you now?
It is really to start our next clinical study for NeuroRestore ACD856, focusing on Alzheimer's disease. It is to have a good meeting with the FDA, good advice, so we can start up or file for the phase 2 study, and then also to go on and choose a CD for TREC-A-NAM, our pain project. So exciting times, and yes.
Lots of important work to be done.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we move on to a panel discussion, so stay put behind your computers or screens, and also you here at Grand Hotel. And I'd like to welcome 3 experts we have with us, people to talk about Sweden's ability to create tomorrow's successful companies within the life science sector. So warm welcome to Linus Jönsson. He's Associate Professor at Karolinska Institutet, and also Björn Olander, PhD Equity Research Analyst at Murgata Equity Research. And we also have with us Per Anjarason, CFO and Investment Director at Karolinska Development. So please take a seat. Here we go.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Grand Hotel and to the Naventus Life Science Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recently, investments in this life science sector has been indeed great. But how would you say the Swedish companies are faring compared to the global ones and the global market? Which area in the life science sector is the most interesting from your perspective? And any of you can answer, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. We have obviously a lot of very interesting innovation happening in Sweden. We have about new targets, new companies, new drugs. I think a really interesting aspect that I would add to that is innovation in the way that we are developing pharmaceuticals. So how we are approaching conducting clinical trials and generating the evidence for new pharmaceuticals. And I think here Sweden really has a fantastic opportunity. If you take, for example, the presentation we just heard about Alzheimer's disease. So developing drugs for Alzheimer's disease is really challenging and takes a long time. And even with the trials that we do today, we don't find out if these drugs really prevent dementia. We only get really short-term outcomes. In Sweden, we have fantastic registries. For example, our Swedish dementia registry is the biggest in the world. By leveraging those type of resources, we could actually potentially develop these type of drugs in a way that gives us answers to the questions that we as doctors and clinicians really want to find out. Do these drugs really prevent dementia development? And we can potentially do that much cheaper also than with the traditional clinical trial development. So I think that's a super interesting area for development that can combine our resources in terms of data, registries, and also digitalization and technology skills. So that, I think, is an opportunity for Sweden.
And this goes for other medical conditions apart from dementia?
Absolutely. So I think the most prominent example is in cardiology, where this is actually already happening. There's been some really world-class studies done that, for example, showed in Sweden that you don't have to use oxygen when you're having a myocardial infarction, a heart attack. That has no effect. We show that in Swedish registries. So really interesting research coming through those type of studies.
Thank you very much. Would you like to add?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to the drug development and that sort of infrastructure we have in Sweden that is quite favorable, you can also point out that we have more than 200 companies in the sector listed in Sweden today. So there are many leading companies also among more mature medtech companies and so on that is actually belongs to the best in the world, and that creates a very interesting ecosystem for both the financial market but also from a financing and a scientific point of view as well.
How important is the clustering, for instance, the Medical Valley setup in Lund and Malmö?
It's important because I mean it attracts competence and educated persons and experience. I mean, even if they don't work together, it creates an environment that is quite good for the innovation. Having said that, many companies today are quite virtual, so it is possible to have those types of connections even if you're not neighboring to another company. So the networking effect is the most important thing, not the location, I would say. But it is an advantage.
Thank you. Per, what is your response to my initial question here?
I totally agree with what you've said. I think a couple of things I'd like to add is lärarundantaget, the exemption that actually professors in the education system have the right to their innovations. That's really unique in the world. Other places it's a university that actually owns the IPs. That's a big advantage because that opens up for starting entrepreneurial new companies.
And do we see this happening? We do.
Yeah, all the time. That's where we find our deal flow, basically. And then I would also like to add I think we have a very cost-efficient way of developing, going back to what you mentioned here, compared to what we see elsewhere, especially in the US, the capital required is almost a factor 5 or 10 less to accomplish the same things here. Maybe we're not paid enough, or I don't know, but we are very cautious with the cost, which makes it more interesting for VCs and retail investors because there's a possibility to actually fund these companies. I would also just mention the history from the large pharmas that we've had. It's been kind of the basis to make this work. Plus, the last thing, if not least, which you also pointed out, is the access to capital from the MTFs, the First North and so on. I think that's also quite unique. We don't see that elsewhere in the world. So those are really key things.
Thank you, Per. Let's stay on the note of finance. This is obviously what we're talking primarily here about. But many years of low interest rates and good access also to capital has led to an increased interest from foreign actors. Most recently, Elos Medtech and also Sobi. Would you say, is this good for the Swedish life science sector, or can it be seen as negative that the Swedish research, the brain drain that has been transferred abroad? Who would like to answer this?
Yes, I can start. I mean, the capital markets are international, and also for listed companies, there's a quite diverse owner structure with foreign investors and so on. Both Swedish and foreign private equity firms see an interest in this sector, and I think it's quite healthy to have a sort of balance. Some companies come to the stock market with IPOs and some leaves. Having said that, I think many companies, I mean, the reason for acquiring a company is not, it's more to develop the company in a way that hasn't been done to that point. But I think it would be possible to develop these companies also on the stock market as long as the investors understand the journey the company is on. So I think it's, but from an industry perspective, I think it's, I mean, there is an example of Uppsala where they acquired Pharmacia, and that was devastating for that company, but good for the environment in Uppsala. It has never been better, actually.
Same thing happened in Lund, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we know this.
Yeah.
So would you like to add?
No, it's interesting. I worked for the last 6 years in the Danish pharmaceutical industry, and there you have, of course, still several large pharmaceutical companies based in Denmark, and it's quite clear that of course it's really beneficial for that area and for bringing up new businesses, and of course the long-term ownership structure that those companies have. There are several of them are owned by foundations that have very stable ownership that allows them to take long-term bets and so forth. And that's of course very, very beneficial for that area. But I completely agree that it's very difficult to rebuild something like that now. It's probably unrealistic to aim for something like that. But I can just see in Denmark is of course very, very advantageous for them. But I agree it's an international market now, so it's hard to reconstruct something like that.
Per, would you like to add?
No, I think you pointed out the things. I'm comparing to other industries, and if we go to looking at how we develop this industry going forward, you need the big pharmas and the big medtechs, because it's like in automotive, you have OEMs, and they actually provide a stability in long term, as you point out. You have the same thing in forestry in Sweden. Pharma is no exception. For the ecosystem, you need these big companies to actually drive the creation of an industry. So it's long-term not good that they disappear, and we need to rebuild, even if I agree it's difficult. I don't think it's impossible. There's so much innovation going on, but it takes time. But it's not a catastrophe, and the markets, they rule. So I don't think we can really change it that easily.
How about how Swedish main owners should respond in reasons of short-term profit-taking versus long-term value creation? What do you say, Per?
I mean, you can always wish for long-term stable owners who actually look at developing the infrastructure for the industry, and there are a few players like that in Sweden. But it's also, you have to understand, each owner has their own business model. And
speaking of the markets, yes.
Yes, and I mean, normally you have very few who can actually take part in all stages of development of these companies. It's kind of a stafette.
Relay.
Relay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But as soon as they get up to a certain level and maturity, it would be really helpful if you had long-term investors and foundations possibly, or family offices rather. Those are the ones who might take on that role.
Can you share any good examples?
Well, in Denmark, Novo, the foundation, you have Wallenberg has been a very helpful Industrivärden as well. But I mean, those with a bit more long-term view, I think there are others. I would hope that the pension funds could step in a bit longer, but they are very financially driven. And I haven't seen it really to a large extent that they stay on for a very long time.
Would you like to share perspectives on this one, too?
Yeah, I mean, Per mentioned different types of owners. I think that's important to understand. When we have the retail investors, and they are short-term oriented, they don't take any responsibility, of course. And then there are very long-term owners, as we talked about as well, and they have to take the long-term perspective. And then there is the institutional fund managers and so on, and they also have a responsibility towards the investors to sort of get returns. So they I mean, are in between. I mean they have to have returns, but they should also take responsibility, I think, as major owners and so on. So there is a balance, and it's not very clear for all these roles what they should do in any given situation. But it is a dynamic situation, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I completely agree. Not much to add.
Good, good. So let's talk about IPO. It's an investment alternative for life science companies in earlier stages. But from your perspective, and I'm turning to you now, how much do you look at companies in earlier stages before licensing to big pharma?
It's probably more a question to the panelists.
But I want your perspective, because it's a little bit from the side. So.
Yeah. So, well, I don't look at companies in that way, and so on. But I think again, I think there is a huge opportunity for companies that are somehow helping us to solve. I think the main issue with pharmaceutical development today is the cost it takes for us to develop the evidence. And I think the companies that are working with technologies for measuring the outcomes we're interested in a more efficient way, in a more precise way. It can be things like biomarkers, it can be digital signals or phenotypes and things like that. It can also be, for example, during Corona, we mentioned here before the effect of the Corona pandemic and that's had on clinical development, and the immediate need for moving towards more remote trial monitoring. So that's really accelerated the uptake of those type of technologies. We've shown that you can actually monitor clinical trials using digital technologies. You don't have to have the physical visits to the doctor's office, and that, of course, is an enormous opportunity to reduce costs for development. I think companies that are able to, both the technology providers and the service companies, but also the biotech companies that are able to fully capitalize on those type of developments, I think it's a really interesting opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your perspective. I wanted you to start, actually, because it's a little bit different angle. So, Per.
On the IPO, if we look at that before licensing, we always go for a dual process. That means an IPO, preparing for an IPO, if we're at that value inflection point where it's likely that that will be successful. Or we look at an exit as a trade sale. From a venture capital perspective, that's what you would normally do, to have the both alternatives and see what plays out the best. And it's also, I mean, from our perspective, we don't see the stock market as an exit. It's more a way to fund the company. So if we don't manage to sell the company, it's a good way to help finance it for the next stage and take it to the next inflection value point. So that's how we look at that. Having said that, it's incredible to have this First North market or the other MTFs, Spotlight and NGM. At the same time, it's very retail driven for these small companies, and it complicates things for the valuation of the company later on if you want to sell it. And also, if you have delays, you will be hurt a lot. So ideally, they should stay private for a bit longer. But having said that, it's extraordinary to be able to have money coming into these companies when you need it also.
When you say stay private longer, in an average, the number of years, what do you see as sort of the perfect
if you look at
timeline?
pharma, you can normally sell a pharma company with successful data coming out of phase 2A or B. That's when you sell them normally, if they're good enough. So you need to take them to that stage. And if you want to move even further, which you might be able to do in orphan drugs or such companies, you need to fund them for the phase 3 trials as well. In medtech, you need to take them to about 200 million turnover or something before you can sell them. So that's where you have the option to sell or stay on the market, on the listed market.
Björn?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Certain level of maturity is good for the company. Many of the professional investors don't have time or the skill, competence to evaluate these early companies, and frankly, there is not enough data to really dig into. I mean, at early stage, you don't know how the drug works or something like that. And that means that retail investors or private persons are going to be important shareholders, and that is sometimes a challenge. I think the largest challenge is when expectations becomes too high. because that it's good for the share price, and it makes it easier to make I mean further capital raises, but it's sort of it's difficult for the really professional investors to invest in a good company when valuation is too high. So you have to set reasonable expectations, and it's a challenge to find those reasonable levels without the knowledge and understanding of the risks and everything involved, and also capital requirements.
Well, knowledge is key as always, and this is partially why we're here, of course, to learn more about these companies. But staying with you, Björn, what advice can you give to people that are looking to invest in the life science sector from your experience?
I mean, apart from the normal stock market advice, it's extremely important in this sector to do your homework, to understand what you invest in. So I mean, going to days like this and listen to companies and media and analysts and so on, but don't trust anyone. Make your own decisions. See what is reasonable and what do you believe, because you're going to need that conviction also later on when things change and so on. So that's and I mean more general. There are a lot of uncertainties in many companies, so spread the risk to different companies. So yeah, it's.
Trust no one, huh? That's tricky.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do your own homework.
Per, do you follow that advice? Trust no one?
I think you're spot on. It's a very risky business. Risks all over the place, biological as well as execution risk.
There's also always the flip side on the risk, of course.
Yes, there is also a huge upside, of course, which makes the equation go together if you're a bit diversified, which you pointed out as well. So I could not agree more than you really need to understand the science, the people, which is key in these phases, and have a diversified portfolio and also have a long-term view. So one advice would be to look at Karolinska Development as an investment. I'm just joking.
Of course. So Linus, from your platform as a scientist and can you share advice? I mean, you trust no one. You have the background of a scientist, and what is your advice?
No, it's absolutely right. I mean, I think one fallacy is to kind of have simple rules, for example, based on previous regulatory approvals. I think that those will hold forever. I mean, this is always a changing environment. For example, the whole paradigm of focusing very much on the regulatory approval as the end point, that's no longer very useful, because we've seen, for example, with the Biogen drug that was mentioned before here, that have managed to get a regulatory approval, but now, of course, they have challenges to get really these sales to take off, because they have immense problems getting this drug reimbursed and arguing for the value and that this drug actually does anything for the patients, because the regulatory thresholds have been lowered so much. So you know, you have to always think about what does it take to take this product all the way to the patient, including all these reimbursement steps and so forth. So focusing too much on the regulatory approval, I think, is one of these things that can lead you wrong.
But to stay updated, can you recommend any specific go-tos to read? For instance, any publications, any platforms that you find are more sort of solid and based on science than others?
Well, I think there's so much. I think Stat is a good site. There's a lot of good updates on it. But yeah, there are many. Yeah. Yeah.
Would you like to add, Björn or Per?
No, I mean
sources for information.
No, I mean be curious and read and listen and gather information of the specific companies that you're interested in.
And Karolinska Development.
No, but actually, for each area is so specific. So and you can't know everything. So I would actually say that you can trust some people and go out and ask the ones who actually knows and have done it before in that area. and get your own view.
So look for experience, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Well, thank you for sharing your experience here on the stage, and to the people here at Grand Hotel at the Naventus Life Science Summit, and of course all the viewers behind the screens at home or at the offices. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we need to take a little bit of a break. Don't leave for too long. A 5-minute just stretching of the bodies. Also you sitting behind your computers to be able to listen to the next presentations we have before lunch. So get up and move about a bit. Maybe you need to take a technical break to go to the restrooms, but we'll meet back here in about 5 minutes. Hello. You here at Grand Hotel, please take your seats. We are about to continue. Please take your seats. We will now introduce the next speaker, who is from Karolinska Development, Per Jansson, who was just here at the panel talk. And of course, Karolinska Development works with everything, taking from research all the way to commercialization. So this is a very interesting presentation to hear about projects focused on investments in innovative life science companies. So a warm welcome back, Per.
Thank you. So I'm here to tell you more about Karolinska Development. Let's see how I push here. Oh, very clear. So what I intend to go through here is the background. There's been some turbulence historically in Karolinska Development, how we formed the kind of new Karolinska Development. Also talk about the team, which is also fairly new or completed recently. Also a bit about our performance in the last years, the portfolio, and also how we intend to invest going forward. So in a summary, Karolinska Development, KD as we call it, is an investment company. We're listed on small cap, Nasdaq. We have a market cap of about 700 million. We invest in life science growth companies, both in the private and public market. We are very well connected with Karolinska, as you can hear from the name. We work closely with the academia at Karolinska Institute, as well as the hospital environment there. We also work with other universities around in the Nordic area. We have a portfolio of fairly late-stage, first-in-class drug development companies, as well as two medtech companies in the commercial phase. If everything goes well, there are some significant exit opportunities coming up in the 2 years ahead of us. That's when we expect to have data coming out from the phase 2 trials. Going forward, we will continue to focus on drug development companies, medtech as well, and digital health. I come back to that in what proportion and so on. We look at investments where we can have an exit within 3 to 4 years in those companies. Historically, there have been quite a few companies coming through Karolinska Development. You might recognize Oncopeptides, Aktier, Xspray, Bioarctic. They all emerged or been through the Karolinska Development filter, so to say. So going back to what has happened earlier and how we're transforming Karolinska the last years here. The portfolio has been refined from having been quite large, and we now have 10 companies. We hope we've picked the right ones from the larger portfolio. We think so. There's, as I mentioned, a significant upside in that portfolio if things go well in those clinical trials. We have had a historical financial situation with a large loan, which has now been resolved in the way that it's been converted. This happened last year, and we also have a new team and a new board. There's a mix of experienced investors and in-depth and knowledgeable people in pharma in that team. We also have a new owner from having, after the conversion of that loan, there were several investors in that loan, but one was a large pharma company, Sino Biopharmaceuticals in China, which is actually, if you look at the group level, the largest pharma company in China. Very long-term and supportive investor for Karolinska Development, which is now really fun that they want to support us going forward here. So what have we then learned from the 20 years or so that most of us in the team have worked 20 years or so in life science? What are the lessons learned? Well, we look at clear value inflection points in each case. And we want to see that within 3 years. And we then, to get there, we focus a lot on having the right people on board. It has to be both in the management and on the board. It's all around people in these phases. And when I say the right people, it's actually not just anyone who's been in that area. It's actually ideally someone who's done exactly what we are supposed to do before and can bring that expertise and experience into that company. And we've seen that when you do that, you have a lot less risk actually getting where you want to go and avoid a lot of the pitfalls. We also set a very commercial focus from the start and an exit path. That's key also to get where we need to go. So the third one, the other thing we do is always make sure that we have enough financing to get beyond that value inflection point that we're targeting. We normally do that together with other investors, and they bring a lot more to the table as well, especially if you go outside the Nordics and bring in international venture capital, for instance. That broadens your network and it deepens your pockets to be able to support these companies, because there are risks and there will be delays and changes and so on. And if you have the right investors with you, you can actually manage that situation as well. And then, of course, coming back to the team at Karolinska, where you need to have done all those errors and seen a lot of strange things to actually understand how to avoid those risks, and also bring in expertise and networks from all over. It's a complex business, and I mentioned it earlier in the panel. Bring in experience and knowledge from wherever you find it, and that is in your networks normally. So going back to the team, as I mentioned, it's a mix of investor experienced people, such as Victor, who's associate professor formerly in cardiology from Karolinska. He's been in venture capital for 20 years. Myself, I've been in venture capital for 20 years. John is from the pharma industry as well as a researcher, so he's very in-depth in quite a few therapeutical areas. It's a tremendous network, both in industry and in academia. We also have Johan, who's here present today, who's been at SEB Venture Capital for a long time, doing all kinds of deals. We also have a connection through our main owners and also in the team here with Jan Sheng, who's helping us with networks to investors and license deals in Asia, which is quite unique and interesting as well. There's a huge interest for licensing pharma drugs into Asia, and especially China. Okay, so what have we done these last years? I'll keep this short, but we've basically increased the fair value of the portfolio from 150 million to a bit over 1 billion. We have made substantial investments into the portfolio, mainly from our partnering investors, but also from ourselves. About a bit over 3 billion has gone into the portfolio companies. We've done quite a few exits. We also done 8 IPOs in the last 4 or 5 years, and we've converted the loan, as I mentioned earlier. So these are some companies that came through Karolinska. I mentioned it earlier. I don't think we need to go into that. Looking at the portfolio can be described as fairly late stage, at least for when you look at venture capital. So there are interesting data coming out in the coming 2 years, as I mentioned. You can also look at it as a fairly diversified portfolio. All the pharma companies are first-in-class type of drugs, meaning that they're really unique and address an unmet need and a large market. Focus has been and still will be venture capital type of investments. That is going into preclinical or phase 1 in drug, taking them to phase 2A or B. That's where we focus, and we do that together with other VCs or family offices, or we might put them on MTF to finance them as well. So that's kind of the core business. We also look at the seed capital. So we actually create companies out of academia. The examples here before, SVF and Anacardio. And we've done that earlier with some of the companies you saw that's been successful. They actually came out as research projects. We manned them with people in the management and the board. We kind of built the structure, we formed the company. So we actually build companies from scratch, so to say, if the science looks good enough. And that's quite unique in a way. So then it becomes kind of mainstream business for us. It's more of like a venture capital investment anyway, but it's just that we can actually do that, which is interesting to build your own deal flow that way. It's been quite successful so far. We also will be looking at, haven't done that so much yet, Vibes, venture investment in private equity, in public equity, which is, we think at some point maybe the markets will go down. And that's a good opportunity to look at how maybe to take those companies, maybe not take them private, but at least go in as a main owner and drive them as a venture capital company would do, but in the public market. That's an interesting opportunity. There are VIBE funds coming up elsewhere in the world, and we think that's a good opportunity potentially here as well. Crossovers, that is coming in as an institutional investor before you go public, and do that at a discount and then stay on for a couple of years or longer as a long-term investor. It's also an opportunity which we will be looking at more going forward. So in what areas would we invest in? Well, mostly in drug discovery. We'll do some part in medical technology as well. Normally we go into medtech when there is a turnover. That takes out quite a lot of the risk, regulatory risk, well, there's a big difference if you're not on the market or if you're on the market with your product, and we prefer to go in when there is some turnover in the company and then grow it. We also be looking at digital health, which is an interesting area. We're very far in the IT innovation here in the Nordics, and the combination with biotechnology is extremely interesting, also on the healthcare side. So we will look at companies there as well. So in summary, we think Karolinska Development can actually, even if I joked earlier, I think it can be an interesting investment for investors who want to go into life science. You can have the benefit of having a team which is experienced and actually can help out understanding if this is something that might work and make sure you avoid a lot of the risks. You also get into a diversified portfolio with a potentially high upside, and there will be new investments coming on later on. So I think it does make sense, and I'm not trying to make an advertisement here, but you kind of take away some of the risks that you would do if you did this yourself. Okay, I don't want to push that too hard, but I think it is interesting to look at from an investor point of view. We've kind of almost finished the turnaround of KD into a new type of company, going with lots of future prospects here. We've done quite a few exits and IPOs. We are aiming to start investing a lot more going forward. We have a fairly unique type of deal flow with proprietary deal flow from Karolinska especially, but also from having worked in this environment for 20 years in the Nordics. You get to know people and you share this with other VCs and where you build friends and so on. So we're kind of well hooked into, we see basically everything coming on in the Nordics, but also from the US and Europe and Asia coming our way. So that's interesting, I think, to get into that deal flow. I mentioned that there are some inflection points hopefully coming in our portfolio, and I think the team is actually something quite unique that we put together. So that's it. So any questions?
Yes, always questions. So Per, one of the challenges, of course, is time. Time from when the companies are listed from the studies and all the way to the length between news from the company to the market. How do you navigate in this sort of stretch.
You're referring to that it takes a long time between information events, so to say. That's a big problem when you're on the stock market, because it's driven by retail investors mainly, and they invest or divest on news flow, which is also a problem for Karolinska Development as such. But I would say from our perspective, we have a long-term view, so we look at the fundamental data coming out, and we sit on these investments and work as much as we can with them until we have that data. And then there is a natural possibility to either list them or sell the company or license out to partly. So from our kind of core business, it's not a big problem, but it is a problem kind of inherently on the stock markets, and that's why having early stage life science companies on the stock market is maybe not a perfect idea, even though I think it's very valuable for the companies.
Please just elaborate a little bit more on how you sort of identify new projects or new innovations that you want to focus on.
The venture capital firm is never better than its deal flow. So it's all about having qualitative deal flow coming in, also volume, but mainly having the right ones coming in. Statistically, we invest in about 1% of the deal flow coming in, meaning that we look at about 400 or 500 deals a year. We don't look at so closely at all of those because you can quite quickly sort out. But we go deeply into maybe 20, 30 cases, and then we might make 4 or 5 investments per year or something like that. So that deal flow comes...
That's quite a ratio.
Yes. So you need to spend a lot of time on actually filtering out and having access to that deal flow. I would say, I mean, we have companies coming in unsolicited to us from corporate finance firms and so on. The quality deal flow, I would say, is a lot of times where we actually get direct contact with people we know in academia or in the finance community or among the other venture capital companies. So it's very relationship driven to get into the right deals. And you're invited to interesting deals if you help out in other cases and bring them in on other ones. So it's a kind of, especially the international VCs, it's important for Swedish life science that there are VCs who have those connections, so you actually bring in the big capital and the big names to our companies as well, and then we're invited back to them. So that's how you build this.
It's give and take.
It's give and take. It's all about network. And actually, people don't need to like you. So you need to be nice.
That's always key.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Per, for coming, sharing the panel, and your insights in the panel talk, and also here on stage.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck. The goal of the next company is to reduce painful symptoms and increase quality of life for the millions of people around the world that are suffering from inflammatory disease. And there are many of them. So please give a welcome to Einar Pontén, CEO of Lipum.
The clock didn't start, but that's good because then I can continue all afternoon. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to come back here to Grand Hotel, and thank you to Naventus for the audience. And this is a glorious moment because the first time I was on stage at Grand Hotel, I was actually the moderator, like you, Katarina. And the presenter was Professor Olle Hernell, presented Lipum, and he was looking for seed financing. Already at that time, I was fascinated by the approach and the medical need, and I still am. And in 2016, I became the CEO of Lipum, and since then, we have actually been successful with the seed financing, so we have raised around about 18 million euro, and we did an IPO at First North in April, 157 days ago. So we still have around about 5 million euro on the account. So we are not looking for financing today. And more we want to report what's going on. And it's very nice then to report that Professor Ernell was just recently awarded, because of his research in the field of pediatrics and the human milk, breastfeeding, because that was in research in that area, he discovered the target protein that we are working with today in Lipum. We have also recently reported that we progress. We are halfway in our tox studies of our lead candidate. And since the tox studies are progressing very well, we have initiated the GMP manufacturing of our lead candidate, which is a monoclonal antibody. But we work with chronic inflammatory diseases, and inflammation is a natural process. The problem arises when the inflammation is lingering and puts the patient in a constant condition of inflammation. And the most well-known among people is rheumatoid arthritis, because it affects around about 1% of the global population. Another type of arthritis is the juvenile idiopathic arthritis that affects children. And both of these diseases have been or are of special focus for Lipum. So we have developed a monoclonal therapeutic antibody, and it's called SOL-116. It is directed towards a protein called bile salt stimulated lipase, BSSL, and it was this protein that was discovered by the founders of Lipum. And it turns out that this protein is an overlooked target molecule in the inflammatory process. So the preclinical work has been focused on first of all, validate the target molecule BSSL as a target. The other part of the preclinical work has to be validating antibodies to block BSSL and to get the therapeutic effect, that is, to stop the inflammation. And for that reason, there are, in the preclinical field, there are ex vivo studies, so there are numerous of ex vivo studies, what you do in a tube or something like that, but there are also in vivo studies on test animals. And this has been validated in a number of different in vivo models. And this has led also to approved patent for treatment of rheumatoid arthritis, juvenile arthritis, and pending on inflammatory bowel disease by blocking BSSL. And that was approved 2010, so it's still valid for another 10 years approximately. But more recently, we have applied for patent for the antibody SOL-116, and that will give us a protection for our product until 2040. But there are also other opportunities for regulatory protection by orphan drug designation or by pediatric investigational plan or special support you can get from the authorities for biologicals. And this is, of course, something that we will pursue. An example of an in vivo study is pristane-induced arthritis model, where you expose rats to pristane. And the control rats are getting seriously ill, they get arthritis, while those animals that get an anti-BSSL antibody are significantly less affected. And this data you see here are on experimental antibodies, but this has also been validated with our lead candidate, SOL-116. However, the SOL-116 is a humanized antibody, so it has considerably less affinity for the BSSL that the rats have. This is also, in the filled dots here, represent also 2 different ways of administration of the antibody, which show us that we can use subcutaneous injection of the antibody that will be just as good as intraperitoneal injection. And we have been mostly focusing on rheumatoid arthritis and juvenile idiopathic arthritis. Firstly, for validation of the target molecule. Secondly, because there is a high medical need in the juvenile idiopathic arthritis, and there is also very good models to validate both the target molecule and our lead candidate. But on top of that, we also have data for other indications. And we believe that BSSL as a target has importance in numerous of different chronic inflammatory diseases. We can see data, we have ex vivo data for other diseases, but we also have in vivo data on so-called knockout mice. That means mice that don't have the BSSL molecule in the circulation. And there we can see that for arthritis, actually the mice that don't have a BSSL in the circulation, they're completely unaffected, and they don't develop arthritis at all. When it comes to IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, or in this specific case, ulcerative colitis, we can see that the mice that don't have the BSSL are significantly less affected compared to the control mice. So we have good reasons to believe that our approach and that SOL-116 is a drug candidate that can be applied on many different diseases. However, we focus on a disease called juvenile idiopathic arthritis. It's a rare disease affecting children up to around about 16 years old. It's much more common among girls than boys. And the children, beside the pain and direct effects of the disease, there are also significant social consequences, because fatty dew leads to that they don't want to play with the friends or go to school. The parents have to stay home, etc. So the social consequences are large. And juvenile idiopathic arthritis bear the same problems as rheumatoid arthritis, and that is that after the initial treatment with chemical drugs like methotrexate, if that isn't sufficient, the patient gets biological drugs, and most commonly a TNF inhibitor drug, like Humira from AbbVie. But with the children and the adults, around about 30% of the patients are non-responders. And an additional 30% are actually patients that stop using the drug because of the side effects or loss of efficacy. So then they need an alternative. And it's important that that the treatment is going on with the children, because there's a very high risk that they develop uveitis, that is inflammation in the eye. So when you look into this group of patients, so even that this is a rare disease, there is a more common rare disease, because around about 600,000 children in the Western world have the juvenile idiopathic arthritis. But if you look into the fractions of patients that actually are not helped with today's drug, you end up with a market opportunity to up to 1.2 billion euro. And we think that this is something that we can address from Lipum. And we also intend then to apply for an orphan drug designation, in particularly in the USA, where we see best opportunity for getting an ODD. We also have reasons, based on the preclinical data, we also have reasons to believe that SOL-116 can be combined with other therapeutics, maybe even with other biologicals, because data suggests that SOL-116 will not be immunosuppressant like the other biological drugs used today. And in fact, if you look into the drugs that today are in phase 3 studies for juvenile idiopathic arthritis, all of them are drugs that are used for rheumatoid arthritis, having these drawbacks with non-responders and significant side effects. So there is no really new and unique approach to treat either rheumatoid arthritis or juvenile arthritis patients. And we believe that with the less immunosuppressant drug, we can have SOL-116 to be potentially a drug that is combined with some of the other drugs on the market. So if we look then on our development plan, this is something that we have been communicating also in connection to the IPO. Our main focus has been to validate SOL-116 in tox studies. We are half through them now. To produce under GMP that has been started. And this is all aiming for a clinical trial application during the spring next year, and then we should start clinical trials phase 1 on healthy volunteers round about mid next year. And that is the phase 1A study. But we also plan for a phase 1B study, and that will involve adult RA patients. And the idea is then not only to monitor the safety, but also to monitor pro-inflammatory biomarkers to get a first ID on the therapeutic effect of SOL-116 in these patients. Then later on, in the next step, we proceed in the phase 2 study, we proceed in a study that will be a mix of adult patients before you enter into children with juvenile idiopathic arthritis. But very important for us is that we, in parallel with this, also expand our preclinical data on more indications and on the mode of action. And altogether, we think that we will have a very attractive portfolio of data on patients and in the preclinical work that will attract interest from partners for co-development, and in particular there is a possibility to run parallel phase 1B studies on different indications. You should also keep in mind that according to the statistics, biological drugs that have entered into phase 1 studies have twice as high chance to get FDA approval compared to small molecules. And if you look into the space of autoimmune diseases, it's actually 4 times higher probability for an FDA approval. So there is, of course, an opportunity for deals in a rather early stage, and there are examples, quite recent examples of deals made also already in the preclinical stage, but in particular then in the phase 1 stage. So this is obviously something we will pursue if there is opportunity, but we focus on finding someone that wants to explore the parallel indications in parallel to juvenile idiopathic arthritis. So, who are doing this work then? Yeah, well, when I saw this stage, I was happy that I'm a former handball player, because you could easily go and fall over and you get too excited. But that's, of course, obviously not the reason why I'm managing Lipum. But this is a team, and we are fighting. And we are 4 full-time employees managing the company, and we have almost, some more than this photo actually, that are consultants with retainers that work more or less as employees with the same engagement and enthusiasm for the goal that we have set up for Lipum. And if you look into the board of directors, there has been changes. We have 2 new members just recently, and the board of directors is transforming from being mostly scientific-oriented. Now it becomes more business-oriented, and this is something that is likely to proceed further on. And we have a very nice and engaged board of advisors with experience both in the clinical side, in the autoimmune field, in rheumatoid arthritis and juvenile idiopathic arthritis, but also on the more scientific side in the inflammatory field. So to wrap up, the press releases recently told that we have, after the 4 weeks dose-finding studies in the tox program, we concluded that we could actually see no negative effect from SOL-116. Then we could start the GLP compliant study that we need for our clinical trial application, and that is moving on right now in one species. Once this was concluded, it made sense to start the relatively expensive GMP manufacturing of SOL-116, and that is made in 500-liter scale, which means that it will provide us with SOL-116 for the clinical program, including also phase 2 studies. We are fine-tuning the clinical development plan, everything with the aim to start phase 1 studies mid-next year. Then along this journey, then we will apply for an orphan drug designation, and that will then focus on juvenile idiopathic arthritis. Just as important is then to exploit the value of our lead candidate, and that is to study more indications, and that is our focus in the preclinical work. We look into, in particular, then interest in inflammatory bowel disease. But there are some others we are looking into as well, according to the list I presented earlier. And in the frame of this, we have a strategic collaboration with Örebro University, and that is partly because it's supported also by the Foundation for Strategic Research, but also because we have they have very interesting models there for atherosclerosis, and this is also related to a heart attack, and in some aspects also to cancer. So we are expecting very interesting results from that collaboration. And then I wanted to highlight Immunid. It's a company in Uppsala. They have interesting models for looking into what's going on in the blood, and that helps us to find out more about the mode of action. So if I wrap up, why invest then in Lipum? Well, we work in a field where there is a very high medical need. We have identified a completely new and unique approach by having this new target, BSSL. We have a fully developed lead candidate, SOL-116, and all this is for a market that is gigantic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dana. To look a little bit even further ahead, what are your expectations for Lipum, let's say in a 5-year perspective?
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. According to our long-term plan, I mean, a lot of focus in a company like Lipum has been to validate, because we introduce a new target molecule. We have to prove to others that it makes sense, this target molecule makes sense. So a lot of focus has been to validate the target. Then the next step is to validate the lead candidate, that it works on the target. But once you have a lead candidate, the SOL-116, as we saw, it's much higher probability to get an FDA approval with a biological drug. So then we need to exploit the value of our product, which means that we will continue to focus on studying more indications, both larger and smaller indications, but most of these indications are anyway very large market-wise. And by getting more preclinical data for SOL-116, we will show partners the potential. And if we then have tox data finalized, we have phase 1 data finalized, then all these checkboxes are checked for them, so they don't need to wait for results from safety studies. And altogether then it will make us very attractive for collaborations and all kind of deals at that stage. So I think we will have partnering with some companies on other indications in the 5 years' time, definitely. But also on our main track, what we're doing ourselves, we have submitted and I get an approved orphan drug designation. And if everything best come to best, we also have an approved, an FDA approval for juvenile idiopathic arthritis.
You spoke earlier a little bit about collaboration. How about competition, specifically in the field that you're now focusing on, specifically on the SOL 116?
Yeah, well, as you saw, the juvenile idiopathic arthritis is a market of 4 billion euro. Rheumatoid arthritis is a market of 24 billion euro. And the indications of special interest for us are around about 700. So, of course, there is competition. But if you look into juvenile idiopathic arthritis and look into the drugs that are in late clinical stage, they are all identical drugs that are used for rheumatoid arthritis for adults. And you can expect exactly the same limitations when applied in children as you have in adults.
The 30% that you mentioned.
So there will still be a medical need for those that are not helped with the conventional drugs.
Well, best of luck, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce François Martelet, who is from Oasmia. Oasmia Pharmaceutical develops and manufactures, markets, and also sells an improved generation of drugs for not only humans but also for veterinary oncology patients, as in dogs and cats, etc. It's now my pleasure to introduce François Martelet.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. Really appreciate it. Maybe a couple of words about myself. Medical doctor with an MBA, 25 years in the pharma industry, mostly in big pharma, but also in biotech, where I had a couple of CEO roles with also a number of successful exits. So, Oasmia, so I will not ask you to read this forward-looking statement, obviously. So what are we doing at Oasmia? Fundamentally, first and foremost, we are building a global oncology business. We have an approved product called Apealea. And I would like to ask you, in this room, how many companies in Sweden do have an approved product in biotech? Not so many, actually. Right, we do have also an emerging pipeline in oncology that is focused exclusively on how to treat cancer and late-stage cancer as well. And why do we focus on that? Because, of course, the world of cancer is so huge that we need to focus on a number of cancer indications, subpopulations of patients as well, in order to have a chance to be successful in this market. At the same time, I joined Oasmia about 18 months ago. We spent a lot of time to build in-house capabilities. And I will come back to that as well a little bit later on, in regulatory development and so on and so forth. Having one product approved in biotech is fine, especially in cancer, obviously. Having a successful deal with a partner is another thing. And we do have this capability. We have a global partner in the US for the commercialization of our cancer drug that has been approved in Europe. The goal is to build an oncology pipeline using a number of mechanisms of actions. Why do we want to do that? Because not only because the spectrum of oncology is huge, because we know that given the attrition rate in clinical development in this business, there will be failure. So therefore, we need to have a critical mass if we want to be successful. And as I said earlier, I'm new to the company, relatively new, let's say. It's a new leadership team, new board, disruptive strategy that has been put in place over the last 12 months. So, areas of focus. So we have two lines of businesses. First of all, we have an oncology R&D development using our clinical development, our own proprietary compounds, Cantrixil, docetaxel micellar, and we want to expand our pipeline. So this is one line of business, clinical development. The other line is commercial. So that means Basically, we will get revenues from our deal with our global partner. That revenues will be obviously translated into milestones and royalties for Oasmia. We have this technology platform that is mentioned with the weird names, S17, 18, 19. This is a solubilization platform for small molecules, and we are planning to work on that, upgrade it, and potentially use other API into it as well. And we have a small animal health portfolio that we are looking for partnering. Right, oncology R&D, let's work a little bit more into that. So Cantrixil is an acquisition that I have made over the last 12 months or so in ovarian cancer. Same indication as our product approved in Europe. Why were we picked by this small company in Australia called Klaria Therapeutics to be a partner for them? Because we have expertise in ovarian. And that's the whole thing in oncology. So that compound has been licensed in phase 1B, successful, moving into phase 2 next year. Docetaxel micellar is the solubilization platform of docetaxel. Docetaxel is Taxotere. It's a blockbuster. And we have an improved version of it. And that one is currently into phase 1B. Right, oncology commercial now. So, as I said earlier, so our approved product, Apilia, in ovarian cancer, second line, has been licensed out with Elevar Therapeutics in the US. And we know that the regulatory requirements are different in Europe from the US, and therefore in the US that product is not approved and requires additional studies to be performed. And here I mentioned, our platform XR17, 18, 19. So we are working on the next generation of our solubilization platform for small molecule. This is called XR18. And I'm pleased to report actually today that the discovery phase has been successfully done, and we will be moving to feasibility next year. XR19 is the encapsulation of two API into one, so two compounds into one. And this is something that we are working. We have done a feasibility study. We may potentially work into the development over the years ahead. Finally, I want to mention a significant collaboration we have with Karolinska Institute, which is in this area actually one of the best institutions in Europe to further understand, further develop our solubilization platform and further understand, the biological properties of once an API is administered into the blood, how does it dissolve and how does it reach the tissues and so on and so forth. Okay, nothing can be done without having a great team on board. We are not a virtual company. This is not our business model. We want to build, and we have built over the past 18 months, adding business development capabilities, product development capabilities, clinical capabilities, regulatory capabilities, and partnering with those two deals, basically. And all of those people, they have a background in big pharma and in biotech, which is extremely important. And they've all been having a significant track record in regulatory as well, which is obviously very important. Right, what is the strategy of the next 2 years? Well, first, we need to expand the portfolio. We need to build multiple shots on goals to de-risk. One obsession of the CEO in oncology, every CEO in oncology that have been, not necessarily worked on, but we always talk about de-risking your portfolio. So adding compounds with different mechanisms of actions is the only way to do it in oncology. So this is what we want to do. Of course, we want to execute in terms of clinical development for Cantrixil and docetaxel micellar. This is what we are doing. And we are on time on this one. Leverage drug delivery technology platform. This is what I just talked about, improving our technology platform, looking for partners, potentially developing as well new APIs into it. And above all, you know, we need to maximize this global partnership we have with this US-based company for our approved product in Europe in order to support our cash flow and our operations. Right, string of pearls. String of pearls means that's a translation of adding a number of compounds with different mechanism of action to a portfolio. So adding, you know, and we are quite good at that, you know, at picking the right kind of targets, the right kind of compounds, hidden gems in the industry. And and I prefer to licensing in compounds with phase 1B. Why? Because they have already an approved POC, proof of concept, a clinical proof of concept. So that is really the goal, is to license in from phase 1B, phase 2. Potentially, we can develop into phase 3 in a number of different indications, narrow, you know, selective, with biomarkers. That we can do as well. And then look for partners. So we know that in oncology, you know, the value that an oncology company, I mean, the goal is not to be a super cash machine, profitable company. No, this is not what we want to do. We want to create value by having successful phase 1B, phase 2B, potentially phase 3 as well. This is where you add value to the company. And then you can look for a partner. You can divest or look for partnership. This is just an example of an Evaluate Pharma report. Really, this is where the value is created in oncology. Right, Cantrixil, so this is the compound that we have acquired from that Australian company in ovarian cancer. It's a small molecule, tubulin binding. The interesting piece is that we have an orphan drug designation in the US. That is absolutely great. And we have a strong patent protection up to 2035. I don't know if you know, but orphan drug designation is not delivered now to compounds. They have a different system. So this is a great advantage we have. What do we do next? We recently held a clinical advisory board. We've been able, even at a small company based in Sweden, to gather the most important leaders in ovarian cancer in the world, basically. And they are there to advise us on the clinical development of that compound. We will be obviously looking for interaction with FDA and EMEA. I will never go to or embark on a clinical program without having the blessing, even informal, from the authorities, both in Europe and in the US. And we are working on securing the drug supply as well now. Docetaxel micellar. So that was, so this is the super taxotere development. The interesting piece is that we have been approached by SAC, Swiss Cancer Research, Swiss Group for Clinical Cancer Research. They approach us. It's quite rare, you know, that an institution, a cancer research group approach a small company, said, yeah, you have an interesting compound. So this is a new formulation. So we have been, of course, working with them to develop a clinical trial, phase 1B. It's ongoing in Switzerland, 3 centers, and that should be completed by the end of next year. And this is in prostate cancer. No need to remind everyone the importance of prostate cancer. And we will be developing it further for, well, metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. Very interesting compound to be further developed. Now, Apilia, so our ovarian product approved in Europe. What is the advantage vis-à-vis Taxol, for instance? Well, a couple of things. But first and foremost, this is linked to the side effect of Taxol. Taxol produce many, many side effects. Neuropathy, sensitive, people cannot even walk at one point. So there are a number of side effects. So we are targeting patients unable to tolerate solvent-based paclitaxel. Our formulation, our Apilia is a kind of a green product, if I into quotes. So this is solvent-free. Solvent-free is chemophore-free, and that's really important. We also have a number of other specifications compared to Taxol, but I would not go into that. But there are a number of things that are differentiating Apilia versus Taxol in a very positive way. So we have licensed to Apilia to Elevar in the US. Because it is Elevar is a sub of a conglomerate in Korea called HLB. This is a small company in the US, but not in Korea, so they have some muscles. But they don't have any presence in Europe. So the partner of Elevar in Europe is Inceptua. And Elevar is in a process to finalize what we call marketing authorization holder transfer from Elevar to Inceptua. And so we believe that the commercialization in Europe of Apilia will start actually next year, targeting first Germany and the UK, followed by Switzerland. And we recently, because we still had the rights of Apilia in Russia and CIS, we recently released a deal with Pharmamondo, because it is a much better distributor than we had before. I have to say something about this commercialization. I mean, this partnership with Elevar has not been yet fully fruitful in a way that because of the COVID situation that prevented us to basically launch in Europe, and two, because of this complex transfer relationship between, a few companies. We have Oasmia, you have Elevar, you have Inceptua. So once the full transfer is done, and it's about to be done now, almost as we speak, then 2022 will be the year of marketing and sales of Apilia in Europe, where we can obviously expect royalties and milestones. Right, a few words about Elevar planning US IND filing earlier next year, because as I said earlier, the regulatory requirements are different, so a few studies need to be added, including a phase 3 that will be performed by Elevar. And they are working with the Gynecological Oncology Group Foundation, which is the best group for also ovarian cancer. We are working with them as well. So this is where we stand with regard to Apilia. Now, a few words about the financial situation. We have recorded initial sales linked to the fact that we transferred some of our batches, to Elevar. But above all, since the reorganization that I undertook 12 months ago, we've been able now to make significant savings. The savings are in the order of magnitude of 100 million SEK per year. We are burning between 10 and 12 million SEK per month. And we have a cash situation of close to 180 million SEK at the end of the quarter. So we are in a good position to continue operating with the current level of resources we have. Obviously, if we do acquisition, that will be a different financing scenario. Looking ahead, so Catalyst 2022, clearly, Cantrixil, the initiation of the phase 2, docetaxel micellar, the completion of the phase 1, Apilia, additional studies in the US, partnering in key territories. I know that Elevar is looking at China, for instance. Initial royalties in Europe to be delivered to us. We need to improve the technology platform. We are working on this, and animal health business for partnering. So in summary, at Oasmia, we are building a global oncology business, using a string of pearls strategy as a tool in order to create an oncology pipeline with multiple shots on goals. We have become already not a global partner, obviously, but a partner that has some more visibility compared to before. You know, the fact that we were able to license in this Cantrixil from an Australian company. We are focusing on mid-stage value drivers. I think I mentioned that before. And of course, expecting some revenues from Apelia and our technologies to support our cash flow operations. So this is what I wanted to tell you about Oasmia. I have to say that major rebranding efforts will come down the road as well in order to have more visibility to the financial community in Europe as well. Thank you.
Welcome. I'd like to ask you, what is it that makes Oasmia unique? You mentioned the oncologists actually meeting to convene and to talk about Cantrixil at the Australian context. What is it with you that really are able to have this type of support?
So, I mean, why are we unique?
Yeah, I mean, because this is not very commonly happening, what you just described with the oncologists.
Well, that's also a proof of our level of expertise, you know. Because obviously we had one product approved in one indication, and around the world, you know, someone noticed us and said, maybe this could be a good partner. This company could be a good partner because they have already done it before, you see.
So this is the reason why the oncologists really felt that they could be in this context.
Yes, absolutely.
And interview. You presented a little bit of a scenario ahead of the future for you. From your perspective, what is the which drug is the most important for you to bring to the market now? Where lies your biggest hope?
Well, clearly, we don't have that many drugs yet. So we have Cantrixil to progress further. We have Apelia as well.
But between these two? Apelia sounds like it's...
But we don't view that way, you know. We want to be able to build an oncology global portfolio. So we need to add much more if you want to create a sustainable business. Otherwise, it's, you know, the attrition rate is such that it's always difficult, you know. So we have currently the level of resources necessary to progress all projects at the same pace, but we need to do more. We don't have a critical mass yet.
Well, thank you very much for addressing the audience here and behind the screens at home.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
You're most welcome. The next speaker, Peter Sehuni, represents InDex Pharma. It's a Swedish pharmaceutical company seeking to improve the lives of the many people suffering from immunological diseases, and that's quite a big patient group. The stage is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to present today. As she said, my name is Peter Sehuni. I'm the CEO of InDex Pharmaceuticals since 6 years now. And I'll give you an introduction here. So we are developing a drug to treat ulcerative colitis in order to be able to help patients like Felicia here live a normal life. Our lead asset is called cobitolimod, and we are currently advancing that into phase 3 for the treatment of moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, so the more difficult cases. Apart from cobitolimod, we have a broad portfolio of chemically similar assets from our so-called DIMS platform. These are little pieces of DNA that we can use to modulate the immune system via a receptor called toll-like receptor 9. We are listed on the Nasdaq First North here in Stockholm since 2016. And in the beginning of this year, we raised more than $60 million, 530 million Swedish, to finance phase 3 development of cobitolimod. Our current market cap is around $90 million. And our main shareholders after the rights issue are Link. This is Bengt Jolander, a very successful private investor in the Swedish life science sector. We have the Swiss life science specialist fund HBM. We have the Fourth National Pension Fund in Sweden. And we have Handelsbanken funds that together account for a bit around 40% of the total shares and capital. So ulcerative colitis, a difficult name, but it's a very debilitating disease with a high unmet medical need that is caused by a chronic inflammation of the colon, the large intestine, leading to ulcers. It comes in flares, and in between the flares you might have longer or shorter periods of remission. But when you're in a flare, in an active period, the patients suffer from the typical symptoms of blood and mucus mixed loose stools. They have to go to the toilet all the time. They have pain. They can also have extraintestinal manifestations, joint pain, etc. And they suffer a much lower quality of life than a healthy person. The current therapies, and there are some, have limited efficacy, particularly in the moderate to severe cases where we're working, and they are associated with severe side effects. So they're tough drugs. And we have a patient quote here from Felicia, 23 years old. Typically the disease debuts between 20 and 30 years of age, but then you have it for the rest of your life. There's no cure. Where she points to the difficulty of living with this disease because you don't know when it will strike. You can wake up one morning and be in terrible shape without notice. It's a high-value market. There are several products approved, and typically the treatment follows a stair or a step. You step up the treatment to tougher and tougher drugs, where you start with the old and cheap aminosalicylates, once invented here in Stockholm by Nana Schwarz at Karolinska Institute. Many patients need help by corticosteroids, or steroids, to get out of a flare, but a significant share of patients don't get well on those first 2 lines of treatment, and they need a 3rd line treatment. And that's where we have some fairly tough drugs. These are typically immunosuppressants that push down the immune system to dampen the inflammation. And as such, they are naturally associated with increased risks of serious infections and also cancer. And this is where we intend to position cobitolimod. The current products there are high priced, between $30,000 and $80,000 in the US and around $11,000 in Europe. And there are several drugs here that are selling for more than $1 billion per year in moderate to severe ulcerative colitis alone. Patients that cannot control or where the disease cannot be controlled with drugs, they end up in colectomy, where you surgically remove the whole colon, which is of course a very serious operation, and it's a solution to the acute problem, but it entails other problems. So this is where we come in then with cobitolimod as a first-in-class treatment for moderate to severe ulcerative colitis. We recently published the phase 2b study Conduct, where we met the primary endpoint with an excellent safety profile. And before that, we've done quite a bit of work in the clinic. So we have data from 4 previously completed clinical studies that support the efficacy and safety we then saw in the phase 2b. And we're now about to start phase 3. And cobitolimod's profile stands out. We have a competitive efficacy, well in line with the currently approved products and what's in late-stage development, but with a superior safety profile. So we've had a completely clean safety profile in our trials to date, and we've tried this in actually more than 400 subjects with inflammatory bowel disease. It's a local treatment. We give it as a rectal enema. You have a photo here of the bottle. It's a 50 milliliter solution. you take it rectally every 3rd week. So this is a very infrequent dosing. These patients are used to rectal treatments. They have a rectal disease. And the currently used rectal products are taken every day or several days per week. So for these patients, having an enema every 3rd week is not an issue. And we have a novel mechanism of action. This is a first in class. We're the only one that has a toll-like receptor 9 agonist in this indication. The good safety profile and the unique mechanism of action make this a very good candidate for combination therapy. There is more and more talk in the field that you need to combine several modern treatments to break through the inflammation in ulcerative colitis, and then you want at least one of them to be safe. So this is a good, an additional potential for cobitolimod. So all in all, we see a very significant commercial potential for cobitolimod, given this outstanding combination of efficacy and safety with a novel and unique mechanism of action. The phase 2b results were published in the Lancet Gastroenterology and Hepatology, which is one of the absolutely highest ranked journals in the field of gastroenterology. And the results were also presented at the main medical conferences by the investigator here, Raja Treya, who also won a prize actually at the American Gastroenterology College for Best Abstract. So it's been well received in the scientific community. And from a money perspective, we do address a significant potential market here. There are about 2 million patients, a bit more than 2 million patients in the world, well, not in the world, in the 7 major pharmaceutical markets that suffer from ulcerative colitis. A bit more than half of those, 60% or so, have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, and more than half of those have left-sided ulcerative colitis that we can reach the inflammation with our current rectal mode of administration. And about half of those have actually failed conventional therapy, the 2 first lines of treatments I showed you. So that leaves us with 400 patients with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis failing conventional therapy. And if you assume a price in line with the most recently approved drugs, about $35,000 in the US and $11,000 in Europe, that leaves you with an addressable market of more than $9 billion. And our estimate, of course, we won't be alone in this market, but our estimate is that at a successful commercialization, we can reach more than $1 billion of annual sales. So with this data, we went to the regulatory authorities in the US, FDA, and in Europe, the EMA. And both agencies endorse that we now move forward into phase 3 studies in patients with moderate to severe left-sided ulcerative colitis. We've also received strong support from key opinion leaders. We've established a North American Advisory Board and a European Advisory Board with the top names in this field. And as one gastro company told us, that our advisory boards are beyond reproach. So these are really the leading names in the field that helped us develop this phase 3 program, but they're also ambassadors for cobitolimod and InDex in the field of gastroenterology. And we've conducted quite a bit of primary market research that supports the commercial potential. So we've talked to gastroenterologists, we've talked to patients, and we've talked to payers. And all of this points to a high market acceptance, a high willingness to prescribe, and the payers confirm that we can price in line with the recently launched third-line ulcerative colitis therapies that I alluded to earlier. So we are now very close to start the patient recruitment in the phase 3 program. It's a program that consists of 3 parts. We have 2 shorter studies, so-called induction studies, each 6 weeks. And we have 1 longer maintenance study, 1-year maintenance study for patients that respond to the treatment in those induction studies. But let's focus on the upper part of this panel, which is the first study, induction study 1, which will include about 440 subjects. They all have moderate to severe left-sided ulcerative colitis in a flare, and they have failed conventional treatment of one of the more modern alternatives. And we will have 3 different dose arms, 250 milligrams given at weeks 0 and 3, or 500 milligrams given week 0 and 3, or placebo given week 0 or 3. After about a third of the patients, we will do a blinded interim analysis to select which of these 2 active dose arms is the best, and then continue the study with that dose arm. And at the end, we compare cobitolimod, the best dose of cobitolimod, to placebo. And the primary endpoint in this study is clinical remission at week 6. Clinical remission meaning basically that you're symptom-free. So the patients come in, they go to the toilet all the time, it's blood, diarrhea, and we treat them only twice with this enema, and at week 6 we expect a large share of them to be symptom-free, and that's what we saw in the phase 2b study. Once we've read this study out and we have a successful outcome, then the plan is to start the second induction study, and the responders from both of these induction studies will then go into this 1-year maintenance study to show that we can prevent future flares. So the study design is based on our successful phase 2b study. It's the same patient population, same primary endpoint, etc. But we have thrown in an even higher dose than we had in phase 2b. So there we had 250 milligrams was the highest dose we tested, and now we're also trying twice that dose, 500 milligrams, with the hope that it can provide an even better efficacy than we've seen before without increasing the safety risk. This will be a global study. We have a few hundred sites we're looking at in over 30 countries. And to manage such a large project, we have hired a leading global CRO. They're called Parexel. It's one of the top 3 CROs in the world. It's also the CRO we worked with in the phase 2b study, so we know each other well, which makes the work go smoother. And we now have regulatory approval to start including patients in the US and in Sweden. So we have FDA and Swedish MPA approval, and we expect other countries to join soon. So we will start patient recruitment when the clinics are up and running after the summer, and also when we see that the restrictions from the pandemic are easing up. So we have good hope that it can happen really soon now. And then we expect 18 to 24 months to complete the study and read out the results, and then we can start the second study upon successful outcome. The financing for this first study is secured by the oversubscribed rights issue we did in the first quarter. So we have ample capital for this. So, in summary, the investment opportunity. Ulcerative colitis is a debilitating disease that causes major suffering and social economic costs. It affects young people, causes a lot of pain and suffering. Cobitolimod has blockbuster potential. There is a high unmet need for new, safe and efficacious treatment options. And we see this has a blockbuster potential given the outstanding combination of efficacy and safety and a novel mechanism of action. And we're now advancing into phase 3. Patient recruitment will soon be initiated, and the financing is secured until the next readout of pivotal clinical data. So, thank you. We'll move to the questions.
Thank you. Very interesting to listen to you. I have 2 friends that have reached the top end of that stair, so in quite young ages. It's very debilitating for their lives, of course. There is well, what is your view on the recent developments in this field of treatment? I mean, there's been things. What is your take on the industry that are working to work with these drugs?
So there is quite a bit of development going on, which is a sign that others, not only Index, considers this to be a very attractive indication, and that there is a high unmet medical need. However, there's been some spectacular failures, but also in the most recent months, we've seen really the spotlight turn to the safety. So FDA recently limited the use of some of these current products to last line treatment, so after everything else, just before you remove the colon, that's when you can use them, because their safety profiles are so tough, and they've had to add the risk of cancer, cardiac effects, and death to their labels.
So how has this affected you?
So it's of course bad news for the patients, but for Index it's actually good news because we really stand out with a superior safety profile. As I said, we've had a completely clean safety profile to date in our clinical studies with a competitive efficacy. So we really see how we can get in front of the rest. I mean, why would you try something dangerous if you have a safe alternative that gives you the same efficacy? So that's really how we've seen this play out in our favor over the last year in the competitive landscape.
So for maybe there are people watching here that have relatives or family friends or anybody that they know that have this condition. So in the best of worlds, when could you have this drug on the market?
It will actually depend now on how fast we can recruit this study, and and then we have to do the second study. So I'm a bit unwilling to predict that now, but let's say we expect 18 to 24 months for this first study, and hopefully the second one is faster, and then we can start looking ahead to approval and launching of the product. So it's a little bit out, but it's definitely within reach now.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
The next company, Sigrid Therapeutics, is represented by Sana Ajamovic. And Sigrid Therapeutics is a clinical stage biotechnology company really pioneering in a class of therapies to prevent and treat lifestyle diseases. So a warm welcome to Sana Ajamovic, CEO.
This one. Hi everyone, nice to be here. Thank you to Naventus for the invitation, and also super fun to see some of Sigrid's shareholders in the audience. My name is Sana Ajamovic. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sigrid Therapeutics. We're a clinical stage, privately held health tech company developing the world's first medical device to lower the risk of getting type 2 diabetes. We often talk, when it comes to traffic accidents, that we should have a vision zero. No one should die or be severely hurt in traffic. And at Sigrid, a couple of years ago, we also launched the same vision zero. No one should fall sick or develop type 2 diabetes and its related diseases. Because obesity and type 2 diabetes are to a large extent actually preventable. So we shouldn't just settle to treating them, we should aim at preventing them. And this is what drives me and our team every day. However, the trend is pointing towards something completely different. Type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes, the precursor stage to type 2 diabetes, obesity, high cholesterol levels, fatty liver disease, and so on, they are increasing. And today, these diseases are affecting billions of people. So, what have we at Sigrid done to combat this? Well, we spent the last 13 years developing unique platform technology that we called SciPore, that consists of cutting-edge material chemistry combined with unique insights into the mechanisms of obesity and type 2 diabetes. So we are world leaders in engineering biomaterials to induce metabolic and biological effects. Our first indication is targeting pre-diabetics. As I said, it's a precursor stage to type 2 diabetes. It means your blood sugar levels are higher than normal, but not yet high enough to be classified as type 2 diabetics. However, already at the pre-diabetic stage, you have increased risk of getting cardiovascular outcomes, obviously increased risk of developing type 2 diabetes, and a number of other diseases. So it's a serious medical state. And it's also, unfortunately, the case that already today we have 350 million people suffering from this condition. The pre-diabetes market is posed and set for growth. And in 2027, it will be around 2 billion euros in market size. This is only looking at US, Canada, UK, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. So we have not even included the whole of Asia and South America, where it's actually booming even further. And why is this increasing? Well, first of all, obesity is increasing. So pre-diabetes comes due to obesity to a large extent. But also that more and more healthcare states worldwide are starting to work preventatively, which means we are better at diagnosing pre-diabetics than we have ever done before. And this is driving the market for pre-diabetes. How do we currently treat it today? Well, I have some personal experience for this because I grew up with a father who was pre-diabetic, and unfortunately I saw him develop type 2 diabetes over a course of 7 years. So pre-diabetes is diagnosed in primary care. It's very easy to diagnose with a simple blood test. And what happens is that the physician tells you to go home, to eat healthier, and exercise more. Easy, right? Everyone can do it. However, 90% of people, they fail. And within 5 to 10 years, they develop full-blown type 2 diabetes, and that's when they're put on a number of drugs, starting with metformin, and eventually they end up with insulin injections. In rare instances, you give people metformin, off-label, since you're not allowed to subscribe metformin, which is a type 2 diabetes drug, to pre-diabetics. But in rare instances, you do it, and this is mostly in the States. Now, metformin, only in the pre-diabetic indication, has revenues of around $200 million. Even though the fact that it is poorly tolerated, up to 30% of people can't tolerate metformin due to very nasty side effects in forms of vomiting, gastric cramps in the stomach, and so on. Not to mention something else, environmental impact and sustainability. We're all talking about that. Patients and consumers alike, they don't want to be consuming something that has negative side effects on our environment. And this is exactly what metformin has. It comes out in its unmetabolized form, affecting our waters, aquatic life, and so on. So what have we developed? What's the solution of the future? Cypor 15 is what we call is our first product. It is made of pure silica, a natural mineral. It is safe for humans and is safe for the nature, and it is unique in its lowering of blood sugar levels as effectively as metformin. So Cypor 15 has more than 13 years of research and development. It is actually a uniquely shaped biomaterial which comes in the form of a white powder. You can mix it in a glass of water or you could sprinkle it over your food. And you take it together with the meal. And it reduces your blood sugar and your lipid levels very effectively and very safely because it only works inside your gut. Unlike metformin, it doesn't go into your bloodstream, it works locally. Initial studies with our product have shown that it reduces HbA1c, which is the golden biomarker for diagnosis of type 2 diabetes and management of type 2 diabetes, with 1.4 millimole per mole. Metformin does around 0.6 millimole per mole in the same patient population. So we always say that it is as safe as a supplement with the potency of a drug. How does it work? So unlike many other life science companies, we actually have nailed our mode of action. We know exactly how Cypor 15 works. Once you consume a meal, you will see that Cypor, the powder, mixes in your stomach with intestinal juices and with the food content. And when you eat fatty food or carbohydrate-rich food, your body, releases enzymes, amylase and lipase. They're like scissors. So they're basically cutting down these complex carbohydrates into smaller constituents, which can be absorbed into your body. Cypor-15, through its unique porosity and surface chemistry, entraps, like a sponge, these enzymes and creates a physical barrier, preventing the food from being broken down. And actually, it leaves the body naturally through the feces. So we are basically flattening the curve, just like we do these days in Corona times, flattening the blood sugar curve and the lipid peaks. And if you consumed our product over a sustainable period of time, you will also see benefits when it comes to reduced body weight. What have we done since the company's founding? The company was founded by myself. I'm an economist. I graduated from Stockholm School of Economics. I've worked in venture capital, in life science, small companies, as well as larger ones. Together with the professor in physiology, Tore Bengtsson, he spent the last 20, 30 years of his life understanding the mechanisms of obesity and type 2 diabetes. And since we use silica as our main component, we were able very fast to do a first-in-man trial to show that the unique physical chemistry of our product doesn't affect tolerability or doesn't have any side effects such as diarrhea or constipation or any vitamin malabsorption. So very successful first-in-man. We also already there saw some very good benefits on both body weight and lipid levels, as well as blood sugar. We have progressed to have approved patents in both Australia and Japan, and in 2019 we got patents in Canada and Israel. In 2020 we got a granted patent in US, and in 2021 we also announced a deal for large-scale production with the world-class silica producer. And I forgot to mention 2019, we did a proof of concept study as well called STAR, where we actually tested the product in pre-diabetics and newly diagnosed type 2 diabetics, and we showed that it worked as intended. It reduced long-term blood sugar HbA1c. So what's happening ahead for Sigrid Therapeutics? We are doing our next study, which will be our third clinical study. It's a pivotal registration trial for this product as a medical device here in Europe. This is the last study we need for device approval in Europe. However, in US, this would be registered as a food supplement, which means that we are already now in discussions with the FDA for food supplement adherence, and we are currently looking into launching the product already next year as a food supplement for the US market. In 2023, we expect to get our CE mark approval and launch the product together through distributors or partners for an initial date of 2024. I would also like to say that we are fully funded to achieve all of these milestones ahead. The next clinical study, Schain, Cypor-15 halts intermediate hyperglycemia, a technical term for blood sugar, is a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled multi-center trial. It's enrolling 440 pre-diabetics and early diagnosed type 2 diabetics. It's actually one of the largest commercial pre-diabetes trial that's ever been done. And we already have a CRO selected. It's a German CRO called Analyze and Realize. They're specializing in medical devices and more natural remedies such as our product. It will be conducted in Germany, in Hungary and Slovakia. And we are targeting once and again overweight and obese subjects which have prediabetes or newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes. And our primary endpoint is to show once and again, like we've done in 2 previous studies, that we can reduce long-term blood sugar HbA1c effectively. And obviously we will be looking at secondary endpoints such as cholesterol, such as body weight and gut microbiota, which we have preliminary data on that this is beneficial for as well. I would like to just present one case example of of a deal that has been done within this space, just to show you the appetite for this type of assets that Cypor 15 is. And this is coming not only from the traditional consumer healthcare companies, but it's also coming from the food companies, because the food companies have been blamed, so to say, for creating this global epidemics of obesity and type 2 diabetes. So they are looking now to reposition themselves and are looking for assets such as ours. So this is a company called Valbiotis. It's a food supplement company. It's listed on the Paris Stock Exchange. It does a blueberry extract in the form of a capsule. They have preliminary data where they've shown that they can reduce fasting plasma glucose in 51 patients. However, that reduction failed to translate to any meaningful reduction in HbA1c. This is a food supplement, and 2 years ago, they inked a deal with Nestlé Health Sciences for around 70 million euros, comprising of both upfront payments, sales and milestone development payments, and as well as royalties on net sales. So basically, Nestlé is financing their last trial now, and will also be selling this and commercializing their product if it passes through all regulatory hurdles. So we are doing an even larger trial. And we are a medical device in Europe, which means we can make claims that Valbiotis cannot make. And we are pretty confident that we will be able to secure an even better deal than this once we have completed our Schain study for the European market. I've already mentioned a bit about myself. I'm an economist by training, very passionate about health, and I have a team today that consists, that are very multidisciplinary, with strengths in physiology, material chemistry, clinical development, regulatory expertise. And we're supported by a stellar board of directors, which are seasoned pharma executives and entrepreneurs as well. And all of them are actually shareholders in Sigrid. So they're very, very passionate about seeing this product being reaching the market. On the scientific side, we have a scientific advisory board consisting of world leaders in obesity and type 2 diabetes. We can take Jan Lundberg here. He helped bring to market Boehringer Ingelheim's and Eli Lilly's drug for type 2 diabetics. They are the ones helping us write our protocol for the Schain study, and will be critical once we start approaching KOLs and nearing the market. With this, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and we are very passionate at Sigrid and very excited about the future, because we really believe that our technology has the potential to impact millions of people worldwide and prevent them from developing chronic diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you spoke about pre-diabetics, you mentioned that they were sent home from the doctor. 90% of them failed because they couldn't, they couldn't change their lifestyle habits. And of course, this brings us back to body weight, which is key in this medical condition. And you also mentioned that taking your product decreases body weight. And if I'm interested to compare, how about metformin? That's sort of the standard drug now. Does that affect body weight as in any references to your drug?
Yes, I mean it's very individual, but you know, if you're puking a lot and vomiting, you're getting a lot of things out. So, but metformin is not used as a weight loss drug. So it's not prescribed for that indication.
So there's quite a big distinction between.
Yes, I would say so. And, you know, we are doing something completely different. We are attacking this disease from a consumer healthcare perspective, not a pharmaceutical perspective. And we think that's the future, as consumers and patients also, they want to take something natural. They want to take something that's very gentle on your system. They don't want to be messing with drugs, if it's possible.
You mentioned natural, and you mentioned sustainability. The silica, where does it come from?
The silica, we engineer it and we make it ourselves. Well, actually, if it's possible, I wanted to show you a slide here.
I think that's sort of already sort of out of the picture.
Yes, okay. So earlier this year, we inked an agreement with AGC Chemicals, one of Japan's largest silica, well, actually one of the world's largest silica producers. We've been working the last 2 to 3 years with process development and scaling up our process of producing the silica, and we now have a partner that's going to be able to do this for us at ton scale, to very favorable cost of goods, and to food grade quality that's needed for our product.
This will be in Japan.
This will be in Japan, yeah.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Fascinating project and not drug really. What do you call it?
Well, a medical device in Europe. Yeah.
Medical device. Thank you so much. We now need, speaking of eating, we actually need to eat. We have a lunch break now, and we meet back again at 12:30. So enjoy your break, and there's much to come after lunch. Hello, everyone watching. Please, those of you here at Garde Hotel, you're welcome back into to this venue where we will continue the Naventus Life Science Summit. We've had several very interesting presentations before lunch, one panel discussion, and now we move on to listen to more presentations. And the first one out is a person named Jesper Wiklund. He is CEO of Klaria Pharma. And Klaria Pharma is, their business concept is based on developing innovative and also fast-acting medicinal products within clear competitive benefits in therapeutic fields of substantial medicinal and also economical potential. So please give a welcome to Jesper Wiklund from Klaria Pharma.
Thank you. Thank you. So, it's my pleasure to be here today and to present to you Klaria Pharma. So, the first few slides here are about what are we doing and what sort of motivates us and what are we trying to achieve. So, the current situation is that in many indications, in many diseases, these are treated either with injections or nasal sprays. So these are drugs that are already there, they're already on the market, but they are administered as an injection or a nasal spray. And in the areas where we're focusing, this presents problems, unmet medical needs, if you will. And these problems then lead to either that these diseases, these medical states that these patients are in, that they are treated poorly, or in some cases, and we have a couple of these projects, it can even lead to death. This is kind of the overarching thing, that we're trying to do. We're trying to really help patients by developing new formulations for pharmaceuticals, for drugs that are currently administered as nasal sprays or as injections, and where this presents an issue. So what do we want to do? We want to remove these patient burdens. And in so doing, improve treatment outcomes. And we're doing this by replacing injections and nasal sprays with a very small, very easy to use, and reliable in terms of how it acts in the body and how it delivers drugs into the body. A very reliable product, which is the Klaria alginate film. And what are some of these areas where we can make a difference? So, for example, acute emergencies, such as anaphylactic shock, which is if you're allergic to bees or peanuts, and you happen to be stung by a bee or eat a peanut and you start to swell up. Well, today there's a treatment, which is an auto-injector pen. You inject adrenaline, and this takes down the swelling and prevents you from actually choking to death, because that's what happens. The tissues around the neck swell up, and primarily children, but also adults, choke to death. Well, here, instead of having to carry a pen around, we can actually create in our thin little film the same product, which is vastly easier to use, vastly easier to have with you, and in so doing, then, create a better product. We also look at epileptic seizures. Epileptic seizures, if poorly treated, which with current products they can lead to, obviously lead to, severe negative impact on the quality of life of these, again, primarily children, but also adults. You can have an epileptic seizure at any time, and if you do have epileptic seizures, and if you have repeated epileptic seizures, it can lead to brain damage, which is, not what you want in children or in adults. And finally, also migraines. Again, migraine is not a headache. Migraine is a severely debilitating disease, which has very serious consequences for the people that suffer from migraine. And current treatment options, we're focused on the nasal sprays and the injections, are not meeting sort of the requirements of these patients. And we believe that with our film, we can solve a lot of these problems and help these people live better lives and avoid serious consequences, such as, for example, depression. Okay, so that's what we want to do. How do we want to do this? Well, we have a film. It's a small film. It's the size of a stamp, a small stamp. In this film, when we make the film, we put the active pharmaceutical ingredient into the film. And then you put the film, you put it into your cheek, on the inside of your cheek, and when you do that, it sticks. And then it sticks, and then it sits there. And then it sits there for 5 or 10 minutes. We can engineer how long it sits. And during this time, the active ingredient that we've loaded in the film transfers from the film across the mucosa and into the blood. So what does not happen is that it goes into the stomach, right? So you put it in your mouth, but it doesn't go into the stomach. It goes into the blood. So this is the same idea as an injection or as a nasal spray. But in all the areas where we've chosen, this is a superior way of doing it. And so we compare ourselves to nasal sprays and injections. There are other companies. There are a couple in Sweden, and there are other companies elsewhere in the world that claim to do the same thing. They say, we have an oil, and you spray this oil in some little pocket somewhere, and then it's transmucosal. Or we have a film, a rapidly dissolving film that you're supposed to put under your tongue. Well, sure, there's going to be a small fraction of the active ingredient that goes transmucosally, but with all of these other products, what happens is they melt, they mix immediately, more or less. They mix with the saliva, and you swallow it. I mean, that's just human nature. If you have some saliva in your mouth, you swallow it. So all these other so-called transmucosal drugs really only work with drugs that are also taken up if they go into the stomach, whereas we're focused, not in all our programs, but in most of our programs, we're focused on drugs that if they actually go down into the stomach, they don't work, like ketamine or like adrenaline, epinephrine. So our pipeline, again, sort of put into a grid where we try to explain how we have chosen, how we have come to this pipeline. We ask ourselves really two questions. First of all, is the drug today administered as a nasal spray or as an injection? If the answer to that is yes, you move into the one area, and then you ask yourself, well, is this a problem? Because sometimes it's not a problem. But in many cases, it is a problem. So if the answer to both of those questions is yes, this is where we want to spend our time. Of the hundreds of possible molecules that we can put into our film, we choose the ones where we are creating the most value, where we're solving the biggest problems for the patients. And we're working with old molecules, right? So these are not, in order for us to create value, and in order for us to obviously claim value, we have to solve problems. We can't just have something that's, it's a little easier to take, or it takes 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes for it to go into the blood. I mean, that's today. 20 years ago, you could do that. Today, you can't do that. Today, you have to really look at, are we really solving problems? Are we saving lives? Or, really, really improving people's quality of life? And that's what we're trying to do. All right. So what is the commercial potential of these programs that I just mentioned? I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time today talking about exactly how all of these things work. I've tried to explain, we're replacing these injections. We have identified these programs as being the ones where doing this creates the most value. If you're interested in learning more about that, I encourage you to either call me, look at our homepage, or look at some other presentations that I make, which are 1 hour rather than 20 minutes. But let's now focus on the commercial potential. Why should you, as investors, be interested in what we're doing? So our lead program is sumatriptan alginate film. Sumatriptan alginate film is a migraine treatment. we have completed the euro market opportunity for our product, which is going to be filed for approval next year in Europe. The market in the United States is bigger, and the reason is because the prices in the United States are bigger. It's about the same number of patients. We are looking very carefully at the child market here. There are no approved drugs for the treatment of migraine in children under 12, period. There's nothing. Sumatriptan is used sometimes, and otherwise it's Tylenol, paracetamol, right? Alvedon, as we say in Swedish. And that's it. So, you know, there's nothing approved. We are now looking very carefully at what we would need to do to get our formulation of sumatriptan approved in the pediatric market. And we're also looking very, very carefully at all the clinical trials that have been done to date, and we're trying to understand, and I think we're very close to understanding, what were the mistakes in terms of design and in terms of how these children were treated that led to these trials not being successful. And if we can convince ourselves, and I think we're almost there, that we in fact have a better plan where we can actually show that our product works in children, then we're going to go for that. And because in addition to clinical trial design, there are many specific benefits of a film for this pediatric population as compared to an auto-injector pen or a nasal spray. So sort of the trial that we've done right now addresses and qualifies us for the adult market in both the United States and Europe. And if we want to do this pediatric market, we're going to have to do more trials. But again, that's a decision that we're currently working on. This is wholly owned by Klaria worldwide. And as I think a very interesting benchmark or comparable that we can think about, there's a company called Upsher Smith. Upsher Smith is based in the United States. They're basically a branded generics company. They acquired about 1.5 years ago a product from Dr. Reddy's, which was a sort of better nasal spray and a better auto-injector pen. So it was nothing new. It was better than what's already on the market. And these things were at about the stage where we are now. A little bit further along, they're about 1 year away from approval. And Upsher Smith paid $70 million up front for these two products, an additional $40 million in near-term milestones, meaning in the next sort of year or so, and they're paying a royalty. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to get $70 million up front for our film. I would love that, but time will tell. But the point I'm trying to make here is that that's a lot of money to pay for two products which are basically the same as what's already there. And the people at Upsher Smith are not stupid, so obviously they have made a lot of calculations where they looked at this and they said, look, there's still a lot of unmet medical need here. This is a marginal improvement over what's there, and we think that's worth quite a lot of money. We're now coming with a completely new formulation, which has unique, specific advantages. So we are quite sort of hopeful that we're going to be able to carve out a very nice business for ourselves, and that we're going to help to solve a lot of problems for migraine patients, both in Europe and the United States, and possibly for children as well. So that's sumatriptan. If we go on, talk about epinephrine or adrenaline, that is today a product which is given as an auto-injector pen. And the consequence of that is that nobody likes to give an injector pen, into the thigh of themselves or of their 7-year-old kid. So what happens? You use it too late. That's what happens. And that makes a hard-to-treat condition even harder to treat. So imagine the difference is, did Kalle just eat a peanut? I don't know. Here, just put in a film. Done. Right? As opposed to waiting. Wait, is he swelling up? Etc. It's such a lower hurdle. And this is addressing the biggest unmet medical need, which is being treated too late. This is a $2 billion market. And we think our product is clearly superior. Here, we can launch this, we think, in 2025. The last one I'll talk about is naloxone. Naloxone is a treatment for opioid overdose. There are an incredible number of prescriptions for opioids given every year in the United States, and unfortunately, a significant portion of these prescriptions are misused and abused, and this leads to overdoses. Now, everyone has been talking in the United States about so-called co-prescription, meaning together with the opioid, you want to give the antidote, the treatment for the overdose. Just because there's so many people dying from this that, you know, forget about moral arguments or whatever, let's just try to save some lives. That's what people... The problem here is, it's a big nasal spray. It comes in a 2-pack. It's big like as a shoebox. So are you going to give these things to people when they get their opioid? They put the opioid in their pocket, you know, walk away with their shoebox. If that thing makes it home, it's going to disappear in a drawer somewhere. That's not a co-prescription. Compare that to our film. You can put our film in a little sticky little foil, just glue it right onto the box. Wherever that box goes or that pill bottle goes, even if, as often does happen, it's sold to someone else, that it's a true co-prescription. It's following it around. We think this could be a $1 to $2 billion opportunity as well. And again, we think we could launch this in 2025, both in Europe and the United States. So I will move on because, as always, time flies. We have a very strong patent estate protecting both the technology itself and the individual films. And I think probably very importantly, we have a very good team. And this team is a very experienced team which has competence in clinical development, in preclinical development, in chemistry, and in business. And we've built this team now over the last couple of years, and I'm very confident that this team is actually going to be able to execute and achieve, you know, these very significant plans that we have. So that's, then I constantly get asked this, so I decided to make a slide about this. What's going to happen in the next 12 months? Well, this is what's going to happen. Already this year, we will present our new R&D strategy, which will also look at exactly what we need to do to register sumatriptan in the United States, and also other clinical studies that we are thinking about. We're also going to do some uppdragsanalys, some investment analysis from some Swedish healthcare-focused investment banks to give all of you investors the tools to really understand our company. We don't have that currently. In 2022, we're going to go from being a 1 clinical stage asset company to having 2, maybe 3, but for sure 2 more programs report clinical data, both adrenaline and naloxone. So we're going to go from being, you know, a 1 clinical stage asset company to 3, or possibly 2 if one of them fail, but we hope 3. We're also going to importantly file for approval, as I mentioned, of sumatriptan, which means then we've done everything we need to do, and we're a year away from approval. That's going to happen next year. We're also going to secure a commercial partner to help us market sumatriptan in Europe. And as a consequence of the new R&D strategy that we're about to present, we will also be initiating additional clinical trials for sumatriptan. So it's a lot of stuff going on next year. There will be many opportunities for us being a publicly traded company to communicate these things. And we, of course, hope and expect that that will also reflect itself in a reevaluation of the company from a market cap point of view. So thank you very much for your attention. And I'm open for any questions if you have any. Yep.
Thank you very much, Jesper. We have time for one question, okay. And I'd like to look a little bit further ahead. Where do you think you will be in 5 years?
I think we'll be a company with a number of products on the market, and additional products in development, and we'll be generating, you know, significant cash flow from those products on the market.
And
So-
which segment where are your strongest hopes? Is it from
Well, I mean,
migraine?
yeah, I mean that just follows you know, the maturity of our program. So the first one to the market will be the migraine. Following that will be these two things that I spent time on today: naloxone for opioid overdose, and adrenaline epinephrine for anaphylactic shock. And as we've talked about, both of those are sort of billion-dollar market opportunities.
Well, thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next companies to present is Sprint Bioscience, and this company develops a small molecule drug candidates from idea to preclinical drug project and ready for licensing to the international pharma market. So a warm hand now to Erik Kinnman, CEO. There you are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Thanks to Naventus and the organizer for inviting us as well. So my name is Erik Kinnman. I'm the CEO of Sprint Bioscience. Sprint Bioscience is a Nasdaq First North Stockholm listed company with a current market cap of about 190 million Swedish crowns. We have a strong cash position, stronger than we've ever actually had in the company after a recent both directed and rights issue, and we also closed a deal in August, bringing in an upfront of some $4 million. So I will focus today on our business model, our projects, and how that will take us to our long-term goal, namely being a profitable growth company. We are focused on delivering high-quality, breakthrough potential preclinical cancer programs. So this is a snapshot and a summary of our company. We have a multiple shots on goal approach to give us the opportunity to get compelling revenue streams from various sources. We have currently 3 out-licensed programs with a potential value of $747 million US. 2 projects, Petra-01 and VPS-34 for cancer, and then a NASH program. I'll talk more about this in a moment. We have 3 internal programs in addition to that, all in cancer as well. And we can, through a very cost-effective, rapid and agile process and organization, deliver an additional at least 1 program to the portfolio per year. Our focus is to have as a starting point well-validated scientific targets that fulfill the criteria of potentially fulfilling an unmet medical need in the cancer area, and where there's also a commercial interest from pharmaceutical companies, potential partners. With our very agile and rapid process, what we can do is to deliver first-in-class opportunities, making it highly attractive for the potential partners to actually in-license our compounds as well. So we have multiple sources of revenue streams, and to date we've received some 158 million Swedish crowns, which has actually financed a considerable part of our development of the company and our portfolio. So this depicts our early drug development focus with limited investments, taking us to the preclinical stage with multiple series and molecules, and out-licensing them against an upfront payment with no additional cost from our side, where the partner will actually fully resource the project with everything necessary to take it to the market and then to commercialize that. And for us, we have a considerable upside, as described, with the upfront and then the milestones as we approach clinical development and then move forward towards further clinical development, reaching the various milestones. And once we do have a product approved, it will also be sales milestones and considerable royalties on sales. So a bit more detail on the drug development process then. So through our networks, we do identify high opportunity target proteins. We can build models of those proteins, and within our fragment, which is a proprietary fragment library, we identify fragments that fit into this target protein. And with good knowledge and experience in terms of predicting the characteristics of these molecules, we can then develop and test, and in an iterative process very rapidly come to the conclusion this is possible. We can deliver high quality molecules, and we can do that in a time frame which is about a year and a half, to be compared to the industry average, which is some 5 years. So this depicts our out-license programs. On the top you have Petra 01, which addresses tumor growth. It's out-licensed to Hybricel. The total deal value is there $240 million US. We've received some $5 million US so far. VPS 34 has a total deal value of $277 million US dollars. Received $4 million just this August in an upfront payment. And then we have the NASH program, another $230 million US dollars in deal value. And for all these programs, we have considerable royalties when there is a product on the market. This is a picture of our internal projects. We have on the top the VADA project, which inhibits the VRK1 protein. This is very much involved in the survival of the cells, and I'll get back to that in a moment. We're currently targeting partners, and we're in discussion with potential partners with regard to this program. The DISA program, we just recently disclosed the protein ahead of the BioEurope autumn meeting, where we will start to market this program as well. And NEMA is a recently now fully resourced additional program where the target protein is not disclosed yet. The plan is here to initiate targeting partners next year. So we have a focused approach when it comes to cancer and novel possible therapies of cancer, addressing survival and growth of tumors. So it's both the immune system and the immune system fighting cancer. It's the need for rapidly growing cancers to get enough energy, utilizing alternative energy sources or metabolism in the tumor cells, and also the microenvironment, what's necessary for the tumors to grow. And we can fit our various programs into those, and some of them are actually in a sweet spot of all these different types of mechanisms. Petra 01 is the out-licensed program then, and this has been tested in a leukemia model, or acute myeloid leukemia, where there is considerable remaining unmet medical need. And as you can see in this in vivo model, the red line is the growth of the tumor in the model, the volume of the tumor. And with molecules present, we slow that growth very considerably as well. The leukemia market in itself is a high potential market, reaching some $17 billion US dollars in a couple of years. So this program has been out-licensed to Hybricel, and they are currently now looking into optimizing the molecules, preparing molecules for further development in clinical development. So VPS 34 addresses the issue that tumors are are smart enough to shut down the immune system response to a tumor in your body. And the tumor is then called cold. And the reason is that immune cells do not invade and do not get active in the tumor. So what you want is a hot tumor, a tumor that gets inflamed, where the immune systems are present and active. And the protein that's one of the proteins that are involved in this is VPS34, and inhibiting this protein will actually turn the tumors hot. So that will assist your immune system response to a tumor, and it will also interact with the novel checkpoint inhibitors, which are a very important new immuno-oncology type of therapy for tumors. So in a model of melanoma, what we can see now, the red line is again, the growth of the tumor in this model. With a checkpoint inhibitor, the yellow line, you will have a reduction of the growth. With molecules from our program, even more. And if you combine it, an even better effect. And the opportunity here from a commercial perspective is obviously that the market is expected to grow to some $45 billion US in a couple of years' time, and still only some 13% of the market is addressed. So if this treatment can be used in combination, obviously this market will grow as we turn cold tumors that are not addressable with these type of treatments into hot tumors with this therapy. So we just recently out-licensed this program to Deciphera, which is also a US oncology company with clinical programs and also one product on the market. They're excited about that. We've done now the tech transfer, the knowledge transfer, and they are busy optimizing these programs, preparing them for clinical development as well. So the NASH program then, I think many of you are aware of this being a new epidemic disease, silent disease until the very late stages, very much related to our lifestyle changes, and also there's the connection to obesity and diabetes. Some 25% of the population currently have this with little or no symptoms. Gradually this will evolve into NASH, which is some 3 to 5%. And the process is that with this unhealthy lifestyle, there's an increased uptake of fat in the liver, which creates inflammation, and the next step is fibrosis. Cirrhosis, which is the stage before you have liver failure and cirrhosis and liver cancer, and this is becoming the most common reason for liver transplantation now. So this is out licensed to the Korean company LG Chem, and they have observed so far a blocking of the inflammation and the fatty uptake in models of this, and are looking into additional preclinical experimentation ahead of taking this further into the development. So a couple of words about the VADA project. This is again a protein that the tumors use, in this case to actually assist in repairing DNA, which becomes faulty in the rapidly growing cancer cells, and also in the division of the cancer cells. So blocking this protein will actually have the same effect as chemotherapy and radiation therapy in actually leading to DNA damage and stopping also the cell division and assisting in the immune system of recognizing these faulty tumor cells. This is something possible to combine with immuno-oncology, with radiation and chemotherapy, and addressing the solid tumor market, which is obviously huge and will grow as we grow in the population, and also especially then in the aging population, since oncology and cancer is very much a disease of the elderly. We've looked at colon cancer and pancreatic cancer, both large markets in themselves and with a poor 5-year survival rate. The DISA program, we just recently revealed the target protein Trex, which is involved in the immune system recognizing DNA in the cells. Very much similar to when you have a virus infection, the immune system will fight this. The tumor cells will actually turn off that mechanism. Blocking the protein that's involved, Trex, will actually activate the immune system again, assisting in fighting cancer. And this program, I should say, we will now start marketing now at BioEurope in just a couple of weeks' time. The NEMA project is the recently announced new program, a very exciting program in that the protein is involved in both tumor metabolism, again, the mechanisms by which tumor cells will create the energy that they need. They can't do it completely in the normal fashion, but will actually use alternative metabolism in the cells, and also build the tumors so that they can grow in the way they want, and also in the immune suppression. So turning off this protein will actually normalize the situation and fight the cancer. This is again addressing the solid tumors and the type of therapy that could be combined with immunotherapy. And what's also interesting with this protein is that there's a clear correlation between levels of this protein and poor prognosis in some solid tumors, as an example, ovarian cancer and glioblastoma. And this program, we plan to start targeting partners next year. So this is my summary slide. I believe we have a compelling multiple shots on goal business model with multiple opportunities for revenue streams from our different programs at different time points during development. We have by now clearly a track record of delivering high-quality preclinical cancer programs. We have 3 out-licensed programs, all in all, with a deal value of $747 million and significant royalties if we can get products on the market successfully. We have 3 internal programs in addition to that, 3 internal preclinical programs, one of which we are in discussions with potential partners, and a second one that we will start marketing in a couple of weeks. And in addition to this, we will continue to deliver high potential programs to the portfolio to further build on the multiple shots on goal business model. So with that, I'll thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
If you could sort of crystallize your main focus, if it's possible, for the rest of 2021 going into 2022, what would that be?
Well, we're going to continue to be very much attentive to the out-license program, bearing in mind that this will further validate the entire portfolio, obviously. So we're working together with our partners in the finding ways and assisting them as best we can in preparing those programs for the next step, namely to get them approved, to move them into clinical development, and then going through clinical development. And the other thing is obviously the programs that are on the way to be out-licensed, so to say. So further business development activities and marketing and the very in-depth and quite lengthy and to some extent complicated discussions that we're already having with the furthest advanced program, the VADA or VRK1 program. And the third thing I would bring up is obviously now that we're in a good cash position, is accelerating all those activities together with the upcoming programs, further filling the portfolio, so to say, with opportunities.
So exciting times ahead.
Yes, clearly.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next company focuses on making it possible for more people to access better and cheaper medicines for treatment also of cancer. So warm welcome to Per Andersson, Xspray Pharma.
Thank you. Glad to be here in a live event. I'm going to take you through the most recent developments of Xspray. And the company is a little bit, I adore the efforts that the discovery phase pharmaceutical companies is doing. They're really breaking the way forward for new therapies. We are on a completely different part of the arena. We are on the finished products that's out there and how to improve for the doctors, to improve the patient's life, and also for the payers. We are focused on the American market and for protein kinase inhibitors. A particular part of the cancer market where we have about 25% of all sales goes to small molecules. Right now it's about 72 of them out there. When you do this, you have a business model like this. You need strong people in IP, that is patents. You need good marketing people that knows both what the competition pipeline looks like, but also how that we can actually sell. And then you need a very strong pharmaceutical development team, and that we have. But I think we have all of those components in there. Our strategy is to wait until the substance patent on a high-selling drug expires. And we have a technology that happens to be possible to improve that drug and still not interfere with the secondary patents. All original companies, when they have a blockbuster coming, they know that they have to try to protect the primary time, the time of their exclusive sales period. And they do that until the secondary patents. So they file secondary patents, and that extends the lifetime of it. And they can keep selling at the same at the exclusive way. Xspray's strategy is to improve compounds or get the similar generic version in before the secondary patent expires. So that we create a patent window where we can access the market. So in another way to describe it, we have a crystalline original drug product. There are 72 of them that we are addressing. Right now I'll tell you about our selection criteria. Then we take that compounds, the API, the active ingredients of it, and we make it non-crystalline. Nearly all of these 72 compounds are crystalline drugs, and we make it non-crystalline, so it becomes something else. It's amorphous, it's stable, and it works. Actually, it works better, but that means that we're not infringing that secondary patent. So we can come into the market when the substance patent expires. When we have this product that we have right now in Detta, we can choose to go two regulatory ways, either an improved product or a generic version. So either we make an exact copy or we make an improvement, a copy with an improvements on it, so to speak. And we're concentrating on the FDA, on the American pathway, regulatory pathway, so that's called 505(b)(2) when it's improved, and an ANDA, abbreviated new drug application, when it's a generic product. And then, of course, we need to sort out the marketing, partnering, and distribution. And right now, for the first product for Xspray that we're about to just in the filing process of, is primarily through partnering to start with, and then we talk later on how we can build that up. But basically, these 72 products in this massive slide, on the left-hand side, you see the ones on the market. They're distributed through different cancer areas. Up in the top, you see chronic myeloid leukemia, our focus area right now. And you can see how we sort of transform these compounds into the machine. That is our technology, our base core technology. We make hybrid nanoparticles with supercritical fluid, carbon dioxide. So it's a very exotic technology, one can say, and therefore we can do something that people haven't been able to do before. So on that, in the middle there, you see a trace of a crystalline sample or a tablet, which gives a fingerprint peaks, while when you have made it through our machine and you have produced amorphous form, it's something different and it doesn't have any peaks. And in general, you could say that we're focusing on the patents, secondary patents that has this trace, and we do not have it. Okay, so we do not infringe the patents. The other effect of this is that it becomes much more soluble, and 80% of these 72 compounds are insoluble or poorly soluble. So that means that if you look at the human people down in the bottom of the picture, you can see that here we're talking about oral administered cancer drugs, where the stomach is the distributor. And it's not a good distributor, it's not reliable, so these compounds are known to be extremely variable. And when it comes to cancer, you want to hit the right therapeutic window. You don't want to be below, because then you don't have an effect, and you don't want to be above, because then you risk adverse effects, like one of the compounds here has called sudden death. We can improve 80% of these because they are poorly soluble. If we look at the ones that have expiries until 2027, a reasonable time to look forward for us right now, we can see that there's 16 PKIs that we have to improve. If we go further on and look at our candidates meeting our selection criteria, that is that they have good sales, they have an IP window, they have technology fit, competition, and clinical relevance, well, then we are down to 7. 7 compounds in 7 years, that's a big task. We are dealing with 2 right now, and we're hoping that we can do as many of these as possible, of course. I'm not sure we can do all 7, though. But they're all very good, profitable when we do our calculations. So we have a really good business case on them. They're currently selling in the range of $6-7 billion right now. And if we look at our first product, Detta, you can see that we have developed 2 separate products, and this gives us a good chance. I've told many of you that it's not a matter of if Detta or dasatinib product will come to market, it's a matter of when. And that's still the case, and right now the improved version has is further advanced than the generic product, as you can see in the slide, in the product timelines down. So right now we're up to the pre-marketing work with branding and pre-launch for the improved versions, which is in filing process right now. But if you look at this, the BMS is selling this Sprycel for $1.3 billion a year right now, and from a rough calculation point of view, if you take 50% market, which is possible to do both for the improved and the generic, but at different rates, and you put 30% discount on that, we have sales volumes out of several $100 million. So let's look at the first of our product in line. It's called Dasynoc. It's formerly known as Detta Improved. Clinical studies is checked on. We have got positive results from our pivotal clinical studies, that is bioequivalence system studies. We have shown improvements on it. You can have cancer and ulcer, septic ulcer at the same time with this product, not with the originators. And we're in the filing process for market approval with this drug now, having all the components in place. And this product belongs in the chronic myeloid leukemia. It's an important field where the current product there's 5 protein kinase inhibitors in here, and we can actually improve 4 of them. Sprycel is the first one, dasatinib, and then we have nilotinib. And you can see that it's a market leader in this field that we're dealing with. They go out of patent 26 for Sprycel, and Tasigna goes out of patent 29. Sprycel has the generic entrance is expected there. In Apotex has a deal with BMS to come in September 24. So these are very expensive drugs. The list price of a tablet is $505 per day. All right. So if we make this tablet, you have loads of marginal to lower the price on them, and therefore you can address the payers and say, hey, look, we can address the price on this one, and you can also address the doctor saying, hey, look, we know your patients are in need of PPIs, that is Losec or antacids, and with ours. Now they can take it with them. With Sprycel, it's not recommended because it lowers the uptake about 50%. So we know that we're going to improve life for patients, but also for doctors, ease up the situation for doctors prescribing, but also go to the payers and say, hey, look, we have the exact same product same API as in the originated product, but we formulated it to better, and it's less expensive. So what we have in Dasynoc is that we have created a product that has no drug-drug interaction with acid-reducing reagents. We are setting a new standard for variability in dasatinib products. So compared to Sprycel, we have 3- to 5-fold improvement in variability, both for inter and intra-patient, which is a big improvement. And it doesn't exhibit anomaly. We don't have these low systemic exposure profiles that actually hindered or took out our generic version from the last study last year. Now we're waiting those results. We have changed the formulation and are waiting the ANDA results again for the generic version. And we also have patents protecting Dasynoc until at least 2033. When it comes to the type of clinical trials that we do, we have the originator's drug, and then you run that in healthy volunteers, and then we run our drug in our version of the drug. For Dasynoc, we have lowered the dose 30%, or 40%. So we run 100 milligram versus 140 milligram. And we got it. We have a bioequivalence, a full bioequivalence there. We were both in Cmax, maximum concentration, in AUC. We were in the right range. And we can also see that for a very long stability, we do not have any crystalline traces in our products. So that is an important part in terms of knowing that you're not infringing any patents going forward and coming into the marketing part of it. So the other product, the second product that we have in line right now is the Hynapnilo. Here we have medical relevant improvements, and we also have orphan drug designation because of that. It is associated Tasigna, which is the name of it, Novartis drug, selling for $859 million US, in US only. Look, we're only talking about the US market when I talk about the sales figures that the companies are showing. So if you see the little green box to the right, it actually says take Tasigna on empty stomach, avoid food for at least 2 hours before taking a dose of Tasigna, and at least 1 hour after a dose is taken, which means this is taken 2 times a day, so you have to fast for 3 hours, and having a food interaction label in a black box like this is the only product in the US having that warning, because the side effect of it is sudden death. You might die. So here we have shown already in a study previously that we can take out the clinically relevant food effect. And that means that we believe that we have a even greater improvement than in the dasatinib product, in the Dasynoc product. And we still have the same type of price discussion that we can go with the payers. So we believe that we're building a portfolio with a good good arguments for the doctors and the patients that you can have a better life. You can subscribe this drug at lower risk to the patient, and we can go to the payers and say, hey, look, we have a same drug product, same product as the same substance as the originator, but better formulated and possibly at a lower price. So here is our total pipeline right now, and you can see there is Hynap New, and that is the other three of, well, actually it's one more, it's 7 of them in the pipeline. And as I said, we're doing our best in order to take as many of these to the market as possible. But the big deal is to get the first going, so that we know that we have everything checked. And then it comes to how we build this further on. Co-marketing, contract sales organization for the first one. Partnering is always there, especially for the originator drug company, which could do life cycle management with this product. And at time, build own organization, especially if it is in the same, if we have many products in the same field. Then we start to talk about portfolios and start to partner portfolios instead. And then the last slide is just showing you that for the ones of you that is used to calculate on 505(b)(2)s and know how that works, that is, to me, things are changing. Payers are changing their behaviors. To the right-hand side, you see how Avastin and Herceptin in US took 40% in 1 year. Generics, biosimilar. That's not even the same API as we have. It has no improvement, it has just a price advantage. But you need to sell it to the doctors, just like ours, 505s. So I believe that we're building a portfolio that could be surprisingly strong economically wise. And I think that with that, I finish off this with just saying that our approach means that we get shorter develop time to product at a lower development cost, substantially lower risk. We have multiple shots on the goal, and it's all the value comes from the ability to launch during patent window. And this is a very unusual situation with this high price, have a fully generic, fully bioequivalent, I should say, profile, have it better at this price. It's more to be compared with the bio-better, as the biosimilar field would have said. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Going back to the Synuc study, you just finished dosing, let's say that was the
generic version.
The generic version of it,
yes. Dosing, right.
And the next step, just to clarify.
The next step right now, or what the investors would look for, is of course our results for the generic version, the ANDA version, that is the C formulation, as we call it, that's going right now. It has been dosed, and it's a lot of data, so it might take a little bit longer time than previous studies has done, but we're expecting. Have good hopes on it. We adjusted it from the last time, so see what, with some luck, we got it right this time.
Mm-hmm. So, is there anything else you can reveal? Upcoming projects in the pipeline?
The problem with this part is that the projects is sort of, if you reveal them, you tell everyone else where you are and you give them access to your research. In the same time, you want to tell your investors which type of value you have. So it is a little bit difficult to I haven't revealed the name of the projects coming up. And that's because of that. And basically, if you look at any of these type of companies, generic or improved, that working with compounds that's out there, you see very little information from them. So this is I'm not super happy having to to present, but it's good to do it.
All right, we'll have to settle with this.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Okay, thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time for a break again. We meet back at 1:55. So let's take a coffee break. It's now time to move on to the next presentation. It's now my pleasure to introduce Niklas Holmberg. He's Managing Director at Global Listings Nasdaq, and he will share his insights about life science and the stock market.
Thank you, Katarina.
You're most welcome.
First, I would like to thank the whole Naventus team to invite me to this great event. And of course, it has been so nice to listen to all these great presentations. And many of you are listed on Nasdaq, most of them Nasdaq First North. And I also seen a lot of great prospects that I would love to ring the bell with in the future. Before I start my presentation, I also would like to highlight that Naventus now have become certified advisor. They have in the past successfully helped company to Nasdaq, but now they have added another tool in their box. After 16, 17 years within the banking sector, I joined Nasdaq in 2016. One of my first meetings was with a young management team. And I was wondering, okay, what are these guys doing? Why do they want to go public in such an early stage? Later that year, they rang the bell with a pre-money valuation of 12 million euro, raising 3 million euros. Today, this company has a market cap of almost 3 billion euro. They have used the power of the stock exchange raising capital. They have made acquisition in US, Canada, Germany, and I'm of course talking about selling that now have renamed themselves to BQ. I would like to start with that story because I think that is what makes the Swedish ecosystem unique. And I know that many of you here today are investors, and many of you listening in today, you are part of something very unique. The Swedish ecosystem, to be able to support early stage company, especially in the healthcare sector, is very unique. And I think we can all be proud of that. And when I travel around in Europe, everyone say, what's happening up there in Sweden? What's happening in the north? You must have the best job. Yes, I have. Because I meet these all fantastic entrepreneurs. I would just show some slides in a quite fast way to just give some evidence of what I just talked about recently. Just a shortcut about Nasdaq Nordic. As you probably know, we run the stock exchange in US, but also in the Nordic and Baltics, except for Norway. They are part of the Euronext group. And we have around 1,100 companies listed with us, 1,800 companies in Sweden, and a total market cap of 2,000 billion euro. And what really stands out is not the Nasdaq, the regulated market, or Helsinki regulated market, and so on, is Nasdaq First North. So we have almost 500 companies listed with us right now. So why does a quite early stage company want to go public? One reason is that we see a huge gap in terms of all the companies that need to raise capital. It could be for a phase 2 study or similar. And the supply side in terms of specialized VC funds like HealthCap, Sunstone, and so on. So many of the companies are extremely, I would not say forced, but they have another option to go for the public market and raise capital. Another example, reason for going public is the visibility and credibility. And if you ask Erik Gartenholm, former Cellink, why he want to go public. They could easily raise the capital in the private environment, but they wanted to have the Nasdaq brand for the credibility and visibility. We also see that it's easier as a listed company to attract new employees and perhaps also board members. It could also be an exit strategy. With that said, that Nasdaq First North is more or less new money, primary money, but of course you're allowed to sell out some shares due to different kind of locks up that is managed by the financial investment bank team around that. There's no Nasdaq rules around that. So we are Nasdaq First North Premier and the regulated market. Why we have Nasdaq First North Premier is that back in the days, to be able to have the larger investment banks and also investors, institutional capital to enter First North, at that time they want to have another layer in terms of show that some companies have been more mature, put IFRS in place, using a governance code and so on. Now we move to the healthcare sector, and as I mentioned, we have plus 1,000 companies listed with us, and around 20% of those companies are within the broader healthcare sector. So I can easily say that healthcare sector is the most important one for Nasdaq Nordic. And you see we had 23 on the large cap, 35 mid cap, 25 small cap, and again what really stands out is 130 companies on First North. I was talking about what is unique with the financial ecosystem here in the Nordics. So look into the SMEs, look into the small cap company list with us, and you see that this is really a growth market. Also, if you look into the same on Nasdaq First North, it shows even more that we are ready in Sweden. We have investors to take companies in an early stage to the public market. And Jonas and me, we had a great discussion that sometimes it could be really hard when we meet fantastic companies to evaluate who's going to be the winner, who's going to be the one that probably fail or could fail later on. It's extremely tough. So with that said, it's important for early stage company to create a very good board, to have the knowledge within the board, because I know that Nord is a part of this event as well. Some investors will look into the board members and see, okay, that female or that man have been part of different IPOs and been successful. Maybe they see something that I don't understand, but I like it, so I will be part of that growth journey. These numbers, just how many companies we list in the healthcare sector for the last year. And again, I think so far this year we list 21 companies in the Nordics within the healthcare sector. And in total, 110 companies have rang the bell with me and my colleague Håkan so far this year. So 110 companies have been able to fulfill their dreams. If they're going to be successful or not, time will tell, but they have raised capital for their growth journey. So, how come that Swedish retail investors, but also institutional investors, have lowered their ticket to be part of a growth journey? Is it just because we Swedes are good people? Maybe. But of course, that goes back to what have been the result of investing in early stage companies. So this is First North index 25 and the broader index. And if you compare that with the broader Nasdaq regulated market index and AIM in London, that is similar, our competitor to Nasdaq First North, you see that our growth market have been outstanding. And also respect, I know that many of you companies present today, you will not call yourself early stage company because you are a mature company, even if you're listed on our growth market. And with that said, we also have embraced it with a 10 billion euro company listed on First North. So I would say that this is not necessarily a growth market, but maybe the company have not had the time to move to the regulated market. But within the healthcare sector, we see that the company start on First North Premier, and then move to the regulated market. And one reason for that is that there are quite many specialized investors, maybe in the US, and they put more attention to the regulated markets in Europe rather on First North. So, if you invest in one sector, is healthcare the winner? Yes, maybe. But it, of course, depending on which company that you choose. But when we're looking into the healthcare sector, this is the OMX Nordic Healthcare Index, you can see that it has outperformed the index on all sectors. So with that, I will say that that have been very successful for an investor to be part of growth journey in the healthcare sector listed with us. Again, I'm going to show just 2 slides, so you see that I'm not lying. Nasdaq Nordic, now we compare to other exchanges like London, Euronext, Germany, Swiss, and so on. And you see that we have more listed companies within the biotech sector than other exchanges in much larger countries than ourselves. And looking into the medtech sector, it is the same. So I think all of you, the advisors, investors, all the fantastic, brave entrepreneurs, we have something unique here in the Nordic and especially in Sweden. So we would love to meet investors, we would love to talk to non-Nordic investors, and of course companies and advisors to see how we can, you know, make this staple look even good in the future. Thank you.
So, Niklas, you spoke of the ecosystem, the rarity of it and the uniqueness. Is there any risk that this could be taken into replica in other parts of the world or be changed? But what do we need to safeguard the uniqueness of this ecosystem that we actually have here, that you just presented? Because it is unique. You really showed us the numbers of it. Fantastic.
Yes, I do. I'm part of in different kind of project within European Commission to see how we can support entrepreneurs, and they all ask, why don't you open up Nasdaq Germany, Nasdaq France? And trust me, if that would be that easy, we would have done that. So that goes back to the extremely strong equity culture that we have in Sweden. So 80% of the Swedish citizens in some way own equity. So maybe we take that for granted, but trust me, a German retail private person, they have their money on their saving account or cut their mortgage. In Sweden, they might looking into, maybe I can invest in a growth company because they know someone. In Sweden, it's quite small, so you always hear about the good story. But again, remember, there's also, of course, a lot of risk in investing in equity.
So it's not as easy as just to duplicate what we're doing here in other parts of the world, because
it takes very long time. So no, it's not easy at all.
Okay. We have of course, Naventus founder here, Jonas Ljungström. Would you like to step up? Because you have indeed managed quite a few IPOs. So I'd like to hear from your perspective and also have you reflect on what Niklas started with, the certification here, the process. How important is this for Naventus? What Jonas described in the beginning. Niklas, I mean.
That is, of course, an important piece in the toolbox, as Niklas said. I would like to focus a little bit from the advisory side. It's a fantastic ecosystem, as Niklas said, to be part of. Having a culture of private investors as well as institutional investors in Sweden used to invest into early stage companies. What Niklas pointed out is two main takeaways from my side, at least, and that is the ability to be able to finance something as complicated as a healthcare company in Sweden. And I believe that for us as advisors, the listing is a catalyst for having a transparent process, and also the importance for the retail investors to be able to look at the participants in the actual company. As Niklas pointed out, and as we discussed before, the sector in itself and the ability to evaluate the molecules and the technical devices, etc., is a huge effort for the private investor or the institutional pension fund investor. So my take into it is that the need for a company and the ability to be able to finance itself in a small, from a small scale, the combination of having Nasdaq as a, let's say, validator for transparency, and then for us to evaluate the individual board members and the research, where the research come from, that combination makes it possible for us to be able to finance these fantastic companies. And through the years, I have led like InDex Pharma's IPO, for example. And in the beginning, for me to evaluate their fantastic research was, of course, impossible. So I really tended to focus on the people involved in the company and the validation that gave. And that in combination, of course, with the Nasdaq brand and the Nasdaq process made it possible. It was a long answer.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a thorough and profound answer, so we thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to say something about reflecting on what Jonas said?
No, I can just add that every day I have a call with non-Nordic investors, advisors, or company that want to figure out more what's happening here. And yesterday I had a call with a representative for a huge Switzerland bank, and they have heard about their clients ask them how could they be part of IPOs in Stockholm. How can they start trading on First North? I also have a lot of VCs that are looking for exit and non-Nordic ones, and okay, maybe we can do it on Nasdaq First North. So the more people talk, the more interest it gets to our market and creates more liquidity, but also long-term investors, because some of them, they don't need to, sell and buy the shares because Christmas presents. They can sit and hold there and be with you for quite a long time. So it's also important to see that part grows. And that is something that we work hard with as well.
And if I should add one thing, I think as Niklas said, of course, the equity culture in Sweden and the historic ability with fantastic companies like Astra, etc., that combination with the transparency with Nasdaq makes it much easier for even the international investors to invest into these fairly small companies. So in the last one of our IPO processes, the last 12 months, we had investors from far away that from a sort of belief of the listing itself transferred significant amounts. And that is amazing, really. And I think unique.
Well, thank you very much, Niklas, and thank you very much, Jonas.
Thank you very much for saying something.
And now we move on to the next company, Spago Nanomedical. It's a Swedish nanomedicine company in the clinical development phase, developing products for diagnostics and treatment of life-threatening diseases. So a warm welcome now to, there he is, Mats Hansen, CEO.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to be here in this beautiful room and really nice to be able to at last present live again. I'm going to focus my talk today on the technology at Spago Nanomedical, the evidence that we have for this technology, and the projects we are running, and provide a status update on those projects. I will also give a flavor of the market that we see, especially in therapeutics. So, at Spago, we have a nanotheranostics platform that is based on physiological targeting of solid tumors. I will not go into details, but basically what we do is that we take advantage of the inherent features of solid tumors when it comes to blood supply and nutrient exchange, which makes it possible for us to tailor functional nanoparticles in a way that they accumulate in tumors and perform what we want them to, whether it's diagnostics or it's therapeutics. So many people have worked with nanoparticles and heard about the concept before. So what's the difference? Well, in our case, I would say functional nanoparticles is what we do and what we can. The particles themselves are enough for us to do what we want at the site of the tumor. And we can use that for diagnostics in the shape of an MRI contrast agent. We can use it for therapeutics in the shape of a radionuclide treatment to actually kill the tumor cells. And I will explain this a little bit more in detail. So, does this work? Well, we have set out to design and produce and test a precision technology that makes it possible to go into tumors very precisely and visualize them or treat them. And we have shown within the framework of the ongoing clinical trial that we have, I will come back to that as well, that our material does exactly that. It does accumulate in the tumors, which makes it possible to visualize it. If you look at the image to the right, you see a breast cancer tumor, very well lightened up by our nanomaterial in an MR machine. It provides a lot of information of the tumor without the background contrast that you normally see with today's contrast agents. So this is really a proof that our technology works and that we can tailor nanoparticles to go to the tumor. So, how do we use this? Well, as I said, we are working with diagnostics in the shape of a contrast agent for MRI. Tumor selective, makes it possible to visualize tumors much better than what is possible today. Our second project, and perhaps the most interesting one, is TumorAd, which is a radionuclide treatment where we use the same type of particles to deliver a radiation dose to the tumor inside of the body. The diagnostic project SpagoPix is in clinical trials, and with TumorAd we are now quickly approaching clinical phase. So I will start off by talking a little bit more in detail about SpagoPix and then come into TumorAd. So what's the difference with this contrast agent compared to the gadolinium-based agents that are currently standard on the market? Well, first of all, what we can do is to provide more information about the tumor without showing the background tissue, which today is a problem because what happens is that you will get false diagnosis with the current agents. So with SpagoPix, or SN132D, which is our product candidate, we have shown that we can provide a much clearer image of the tumor. We can clearly show the edges of the tumor. We can even see that if you look at the picture to the right, or the image to the right, there's a dark area in the middle of the tumor, which is likely representing necrosis in the tumor. So what we provide is the potential for increased precision, and in the end, of course, improved patient outcome. And it doesn't stop with breast cancer. We have started in breast cancer since we think this is a good indication, but this is, of course, applicable, as we see it, to other solid tumors as well. What we also have found is that we have a very good contrast in the pancreas and in the liver. If you look at the image, the arrow, the orange arrow indicates the pancreas in this image, and it's a very, very good delineation of the organ that is not possible to do today with the MRI contrast agents that are available. So this is actually an additional opportunity. It provides for high resolution of the pancreas, which is really important if you want to be able to detect early stages of pancreatic cancer. And there is a major clinical need in this area. Of course, as you probably all know, pancreatic cancer is a deadly disease. And there are no MRI agents approved for this indication today. So this is really something that we want to look into further. So where are we? Well, as I said, we have a clinical trial ongoing here in Sweden. It's a phase 1 study in breast cancer patients who are newly diagnosed. It's run in Uppsala and in Gothenburg. As always with early clinical trials, safety is the primary endpoint. But since this is an imaging agent, we have the opportunity to actually collect initial efficacy data in the form of images. So we concluded one dose group, which indicated that we have good safety, and then we proceeded into another higher dose group, which is ongoing, and where we have interim data that shows excellent contrast. Now then, as you all know, the pandemic hit us, and it's been really difficult for us to find patients for the trial, as with many other clinical trials that is ongoing. We hope that that will gradually become better now, and that the situation opens up at the hospitals. And the next analysis will be when we have completed the ongoing dose group. So, but the important thing is here that the interim results that we have already shows that this works. So now switching over to therapy, our second project, TumorAd, and this is when it becomes really interesting, because now we are taking this concept to the next level. We are designing particles that physiologically targets tumors by means of accumulating in the tumor tissue and delivering a radioactive dose to the tumor and killing tumor cells. So this will be a way to irradiate tumors from the inside of the body. And does this work? Well, we have preclinical evidence. We have tested this in animal model of aggressive breast cancer. We have shown that we can stop tumor growth and extend survival of those animals. And our candidate drug is SN201. That is now progressing towards clinical trials. And I should also say that the particles themselves have very low toxicity. We don't see basically any toxic signs with the particles themselves. The toxicity that is observed will come from the radionuclide in the particles. So that makes it possible to predict safety of these agents. So earlier this year we raised capital with the help of Naventus to fund the acceleration of Tumorad to clinical trials. And that is actually going very well and according to plan. So we are now performing regulatory studies that will build the base for a clinical trial application. We are producing material that will be enough to do a quite extensive clinical program. And we are building the documentation that will be needed for applying for a clinical trial approval. So all of this is happening now in parallel, and the aim is to start clinical trials in the next year. And what it all tells us is that what we promised the market earlier this year was that we're going to bring Tumorad to the market as quickly and as effectively as possible. That's what we are delivering on right now. So a few words about the market, just to give a flavor. And why am I saying that Tumorad is the more interesting project here? Well, I'm not saying that imaging is not interesting, because it's really, really important to have new contrast agents that can provide better visibility of solid tumors. But when it comes to radiotherapy, there are not so many agents out there that can actually effectively treat tumors inside of the body and provide a new tool that can be added to the toolbox of the doctors when treating cancers that are otherwise difficult to treat. So what we saw a couple of years, or now a number of years ago, was that Xofigo came along. Xofigo was really the first example of a new modern radionuclide treatment. Remember that radioisotopes has been used to treat cancer for 50, 60 years. It's nothing new in that sense. Everybody knows that radioactivity works to kill cancer cells. The problem has been to make it accumulate in the tumors in a way that makes it suitable as a therapy. Xofigo was one of the first examples of a modern radionuclide treatment. It accumulates in bone tissue, which makes it suitable to treat bone metastasis. This was acquired by Bayer in 2014 from the Norwegian company Detta for $2.9 billion. More recently, and what we are seeing now, is that a few of the large big pharma companies are investing heavily in this segment. And Novartis is the star in this arena. In 2018, they bought two companies and two projects, one in a specialized form of cancer called neuroendocrine tumors, Lutathera. It's now on the market, and sales are increasing year by year. And the second one reported positive phase 3 data this year in prostate cancer, and is expected to reach the market potentially this year or probably next year. So what we are seeing now is that there is this really, if we want to cite the article here in the slide, that these drugs are now coming about and storming the market. A little bit exaggerated perhaps, but at least we are seeing a modern mode of attacking tumors using radioisotopes. So with this, I think we're in a good position. We listed at Nasdaq First North earlier this year. We changed from Spotlight Stock Market to Nasdaq First North, and the reason for that was mainly visibility, and as Niklas explained earlier, to be able to attract new types of investors. And with that, we also made a capitalization which puts us in a good position now to actually execute on what we promised the market. Next out will be the readout of the Spago Pix clinical trial, and then we have a number of milestones coming within the TumorAd project on the way to clinical trials. We will be looking, or we are looking for partners for the Spago Pix projects because we see the real value in this technology will be, for us, in therapeutics, and that's the way we want to proceed. And eventually, we'd like to grow the pipeline, of course. So I think Spago Nanomedical is well set at this point to become one of the winners that, again, Niklas referred to earlier. We have the technology, we have solid evidence, we have a strong pipeline in both diagnostics and therapy. And we believe that the market speaks for us, especially in therapeutics and in this field. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mats.
Thank you.
So given the large interest for your company, if you're more specific, what would you like, what are you hoping to achieve in the coming 12 months?
Well, we are, as I was explaining, we are executing on what we promised the market earlier this year. We would like to bring TumorAd to clinical trials as soon as effective as possible. And that's really what we're doing right now. And it's so far, I can tell that it's going really well, and that's proceeding according to plan. That'll be one of our main focuses. The other will be, of course, to finalize the Spago Pix trial, obviously, which we would have done if not the pandemic came about. And obviously sign a partner deal with that project to capitalize on that.
So could we actually, from a patient perspective in the not so far away future, could a patient first have its tumor diagnosed with the Spago Pix and then be treated with the TumorAd?
That's a very good question, and that's probably true. Although I would say the benefit of having a radioactive treatment is that you can actually use that treatment also as an imaging agent. So having a radioactive treatment that goes to the tumor makes it possible to image it before giving the therapeutic dose. So you can give a smaller dose, see it go to the tumor, and then you say, okay, this lands where we want it to land, and then you go with the therapeutic dose.
So it will be much more specific and direct, the treatment.
So really personalized treatment.
Well, this is very exciting, very promising. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now, the final presentation for today, before we sum up this fantastic Life Summit event, is from Schain Research. We have Frida Schain with us. She's CEO, and Schain Research is a research consultancy company specialized in health data sciences, and real-world evidence to support pharmaceutical companies throughout all phases of drug development. And please give Frida a warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to be here today to discuss the health care data analytics market and also present the company Schain Research. It's a life science analytics company focusing on generating evidence for pharmaceutical companies and medical device companies to support them in their drug development process. Yeah, so I'm Frida Schain, so I'm the CEO of the company. So the agenda for today is that we will start to review some problems and solutions in the drug development processes. We'll talk about the market size and trends in the healthcare data analytics space. And we will also give you some background on who we are, our offer, and what kind of clients and collaboration partners we have. And we'll also review how the future will look like. So, as you all know, it's not an easy task to develop new drugs, and there are several problems associated with that. So, first of all, it's very competitive, and it's very lengthy and complex and costly process. And there is a high degree of uncertainty, and very small proportion of compounds will actually end up as an approved drug. There's also a rapidly changing treatment landscape, which makes it quite difficult to design clinical studies as well. And after working 15 years in the pharmaceutical and medical device industry, one of the major challenges that I encountered was that it's actually very difficult during a clinical development program to find the right evidence to support the drug development process. And that kind of evidence is needed in order to make the right decisions during the drug development process. But it's also critical to have this evidence also to meet external requirements from regulatory bodies such as FDA and European Medicines Agency, but also for other stakeholders such as payers, reimbursement authorities, and so on. So realizing that challenge, that was actually the reason why I founded this company, 2019. And the solutions for many of these problems that we've just discussed for pharmaceutical companies to develop drugs can be addressed by identifying the correct data and apply the relevant methodology. Also, of course, disease area expertise is very important to generate the right evidence for these pharmaceutical companies also at the right time, which is, of course, very critical that this kind of evidence is generated well in time for a specific decision point during the way. So basically, when we talk about data in this context, we're talking about real-world data. So basically, all the data that is generated in clinical practice every day. And so this data can actually be used to learn from that data and bring that knowledge into drug development processes. And this is also usually called real-world data or real-world evidence. So why we are very well placed to add value in this specific market is that we have a deep understanding of client needs in the market. So we understand what the pharma companies need during the drug development processes. We're a small and efficient and agile team of hand-picked top scientists and analysts. And we have the know-how how to find the right data. And also, as you're aware, the data in the Nordic region is very unique, and that's also why we are based here in the Nordic region. And we also have the know-how on how to use this unique data to add value and to design studies. So we also have an established network in the life science industry, and we're also a trusted partner for industry leaders in this field as well. So something around the market size and the trends in this market. So as you probably are aware, pharmaceutical industry is spending a lot of money in R&D. So 2019, they spent significant more on R&D compared to 30 years ago, even when adjusting for inflation. And only the global spending on clinical trials in the pharmaceutical industry is around 70 billion USD. Estimated to be 70 million USD by 2025. Also of interest to our business is that the global life science analytics market was around $23 billion in 2020, and this market is expected to be $47 billion in 2026. And this huge growth is expected to be driven by digitalization of healthcare. So much more data is available now than it was 10 or 20 years ago. And it's also about methodological and technical development. So artificial intelligence and machine learning and new methods are also very helpful to generate better insights and more evidence when working with this healthcare data. And also the healthcare industry is also growing. Another factor that can potentially add to this growing trend is that the FDA recently also communicated that they will consider real-world data as part of their assessment when they assess new drugs for efficacy. So I think this is also a major opportunity to find out how to use this kind of data in the most effective way to support pharma companies in their regulatory processes. So real-world data is playing and is continuing to play an increasing role in healthcare decisions. So a few words about us. We are a research consultancy company with offices in Sweden and Germany. We are a small agile team of very dedicated research scientists and data scientists, and we are very passionate to generate evidence using real-world data, mostly using Swedish and Nordic data, but also looking into data also sometimes broader than that. So we're a fast-growing team. We've been growing from 1 person to 5 permanent employees the last 14 months. And here you can also see my team. I'm very proud of my team, very dedicated scientists. Christina Jones, who's the scientific director, and we have Kelvin and Tina that are scientists, and also Maria that is working with admin and finance. So the capabilities and expertise that we have, that is quite unique, and that also adds a lot of value for our clients, is that we have clinical and scientific expertise, and we also have a lot of knowledge in the data analytics part, so also developing more and more the machine learning expertise and data science capabilities. We also understand the pharmaceutical industry in depth and market access and health economy and so on, and also have a deep understanding in real-world data. So I think this is why we have we are in a very strong place in this market. So a few words about our services then. Just to give you a concrete example on what we offer to our clients is that usually it starts with a research question. So a client will come to us and ask a question that they need to know the answer for as part of their clinical development program. So an example of such a question can be, what are the predictors for poor survival in patients diagnosed with a specific disease and that was treated with a certain drug? So this is a typical question that we would take. So what we would do then is that we would find the right data, the real-world data, look across different markets to find the data that we need. We would also consider which methodologies and technologies we would apply to really have the most powerful analysis of the data. And we would also add disease area expertise to that to make sure that the resulting evidence is really makes sense from a clinical point of view. And we do have quite some disease expertise in our team, but of course we are not expert in all disease areas, and therefore we also work with a lot of clinical experts from academia as our partners. So based on this process, we generate a lot of important knowledge. And this knowledge is of high value to a scientific community, and as mentioned also for the pharmaceutical industry in their clinical development strategies. And the data is used often for internal decision making around clinical development programs, but also, as previously mentioned, to different external stakeholders, such as regulatory bodies. We are also able to support clients working with the same kind of data and methodology, but outside a scientific context, where we also can generate competitive insights and also important information for commercial decision making during the drug development process. So I listed a few more questions here just to give you a better understanding around what it is that we actually do. Other common questions that we answer could be, what is the cost of care for a certain disease, and what are the cost drivers? Which patient population with a certain diagnosis have the worst survival? And which proportion of patients with diagnosis X received treatment A, B versus C? And what is the clinical trial how is the clinical trial intermediate endpoint X associated with endpoint Y? So as you can understand, all these questions are critical questions that usually arise during a clinical trial program. And by helping companies to address these questions, we can help them to accelerate their drug development processes. So if we look at our services from another perspective, so here you can see a typical timeline for a drug development process. And as you know, this time can be very long, from start to regulatory approval, and when patients actually have access to the drug, and it can actually be as long as 15 years. And the cost to just have one drug taking from early discovery to an approved drug in the clinic can be as high as $2.5 billion USD. So if whatever evidence we can generate to help our clients to just reduce this time or cost with just a few %, you can imagine that is quite valuable for our clients. So what kind of clients and collaboration partners do we work with? So first of all, although we are mainly based in Sweden and work mainly with Nordic data, because of the unique data available here, we do support clients across different geographic areas in US, Canada, and across Europe. And the type of clients we have is ranging from academic institutions to small and middle-sized biotech companies to large world-leading pharmaceutical companies and also medical device companies. We also work a lot with academic partners to ensure we are in the forefront of the development of different key areas. So for instance, computer science and data science, biostatistics are fields where we really need to be in the forefront to support our clients and ensure that we really get the most out of our analysis and generate as valuable knowledge as possible. So, if we look into the future, it looks very promising, I would say. And as I showed you, this is a growing, very dynamic field with a huge growth. And I think so our goal is to really continue the growth that we've had since 2019 and continue to grow in the same pace. What we're also planning is to attract and hire more talents to meet constantly increasing customer demands, and also to be able to serve future clients and collaboration partners. We will also focus on expand our capabilities in data science and machine learning, artificial intelligence field, because as I mentioned, this is an area that is of high interest to our clients, and we are also eager to explore how we can use these methods and technologies to generate even more impactful data. So with that, I'd like to thank you, and also to the Naventus team and partners for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frida. I'm sure many more than I are curious. Who are your main competitors? Are there any?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very competitive landscape, although many companies have different kind of profiles. Some are more into the health economic parts and some are more into R&D. So there are players out there. The big CRO companies are out there, and also some small biotech company, small data analytics company as well in Nordics, Europe and US. But the market is really big, and I think we are definitely well placed there to find a good niche and add a lot of good value for our clients.
So the uniqueness of your company compared to the ones you just mentioned that are around, what would you say that is?
Yeah, I would say that, the knowledge about our client needs is critical, because it's not enough to just understand there is data and you can analyze it, but to really understand in depth what our client needs. So I think that is very important, and also the fact that we have the know-how how to work with Scandinavian unique data. You actually need to have some local understanding and also speak the Swedish language and so on to know how to be able to use this data for research purposes.
So percentage-wise, how many of your clients and processes that you take part in are Sweden-oriented as compared to other countries, from other countries?
I would say that 50% are outside of Nordics, and 50% is in the Nordic region, with a trend to support more global clients during the last year.
Well, thank you very much, Frida Schain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we are now at the end of this Life Summit. What a smörgåsbord, as we say in Swedish, or a buffet of fantastic companies that we have listened here to today. And now, of course, you know where to find them if you want to know more. And you know who you could work with if you need more help and assistance in the processes that lies ahead for from your point of view. We'll be back in November with another Naventus Summit. It will be on November 18th, and it's a technology summit. So stay tuned, and thank you very much for coming here today to Grand Hotel, for all the speakers, of course, and for listening in and viewing us online. Take care now. Bye-bye.